I'm in the show.
All right, gang, here we are. We're really doing it, guys.
We're live. We did it.
Welcome, everyone. Let's see.
Welcome.
Welcome. Now
Let
we're
everybody jump on here and see what happens live viewer-wise. Before I bring up the first topic.
I have a pre-topic for you, Jarrett.
We have pre-topic.
Topics tonight.
As I'm looking at the thing where the live is, I know a way I can solve this, and I can just move the thing over, and I know exactly where the placeholder is, so I can have a little cool little BFS happy hour thing up there.
That's perfect. So you don't see the thing, there's a gray box next to that has a little eyeball and the likes and shit?
No, this just has a red block, and it says live, and it's like a timer.
Okay, so that's the most important thing is if you just adjust it to that, and I'll just worry about the gray box, but everybody else will see it looking super cool.
Yeah, so I'm going to use it based on this. I know exactly where I have to push it.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, so Chris, I believe, has a story to tell us, or do you want to wait until Linus is on?
Well, you were just asking me the other day, like, if I've been going out, like, and so, like, I live alone, so if I stock my fridge with like fresh food, like I have to eat a bunch of it because either that or just keep going back like every 3 days to the grocery store. Otherwise, like I'm throwing fruit away and lettuce and shit like that. So a lot of what I've been doing is I've been going to like local restaurants and ordering food from there. And so the other day I went and I went and ordered from this Chinese place here in Denton. I got like 3 entrees, some egg rolls, and some soup. I mean, it all came up to like 40 something bucks. And so I went there and basically just rolled up. They had a drive-through and they were safe. They were wearing gloves, had a mask, and just handed me my order. So I rode, and it was heavy. It was super heavy, a big order. And I get home and I start unpacking it, and it's completely not my order. So I just called them. And I put the other order in my car, went back and picked mine up, and she goes like, just keep the other one. So I put stuff in my freezer. And so I got like 2 orders, and this one was like bigger than mine. This is like a $60 order. So I have Chinese food in my freezer. And basically I'm just eating Chinese food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And people always say like, oh, I had Chinese yesterday. Well, Chinese people eat Chinese food every day.
Well, that's food.
So I can eat Chinese food every day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So that's what I'm doing now. That's my big story.
What, Rob?
I put pizza in the freezer for the first time ever because I was like, I have a shit ton left. And I was like, maybe I can eat this in a week. And I put it in the freezer. I'm yet to try it to see if that.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It's like frozen pizza, right?
I think it'll be fine.
Yeah. I feel like the freezer is the duct tape of the food world, isn't it?
Freezer and microwave.
Yeah.
I love them.
All right. So before we get our special guest on, I got serious business. I'm not joking. This is actually not like you guys think I'm going to say something. I'm not joking. All right. So we're working on Songs People Actually Like Volume 2. And I've been very adamant about keeping all of the songs like intact, and like not changing shit just for the sake of changing it. But I got to the middle of Ohio, come back to Texas.
Do you like it?
It is so outdated that it actually doesn't even make any fucking sense anymore. And so I wanted to see if you guys think I should change the words because it's like the Bush twins who don't live here.
Right, nobody cares.
Pantera, I mean, 2 of those guys have passed away. They're definitely not getting back together. What else? Troy Aikman, nobody even knows who that is anymore.
Half the people are terrified of Bluebell now.
Yeah, that gives you listeria.
So that's out. Bluebell's out.
How dare you? It is not. Just some people are scared of it.
I don't know the loyalty to it. I don't think I've ever even had it.
Ohio 2020 is what you're saying.
Well, so I'll leave all of the references in it the same, except for I just thought maybe update just the bridge.
There you go.
What do you guys think?
I think it's a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah, freshen it up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to do anything, so sure, go for it.
What I'm saying is, you literally have to do zero things.
I'm in.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, that was a great talk, guys.
We did it. That was your
meeting.
Should we start? Like, we didn't start with a happy hour. Cheers.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
So, Robert, what are you shooting?
Oh, are we doing shots or are we doing?
Let's do a shot. Let's start off strong.
Look at this. This is finally working its way down, guys. The one.
So you're gonna have to go to the PX.
Well, I have a whole other one still from Massachusetts.
Oh, okay, that's true. Well, cheers.
All right, cheers.
You got guys, Gary.
I can't believe we haven't talked in 4 days.
Cheerio.
Good for you.
Hey, so I went to the other day. So I don't know if anyone watching here commenting is from Pennsylvania.
Wally.
In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you can't, like, all the liquor stores are closed because they're state owned. But where I live in the Poconos, there's an army base right up the road. My wife's in the Navy, and as long as you're in the military, you're allowed on any of these bases. They don't care what branch you're in. So we on base, there's a liquor store open. So we're like, cool, let's just go up there. We went up there, and I was like, well, I'm gonna get her dad a bottle of vodka because that's his jam, and I need a refill on scotch. So vodka is a very popular liquor, and I drink. My preference is something that nobody drinks. Like, no one drinks scotch. So I went in the store. It was like every scotch I wanted was there, and the vodka was just wiped out. All they had were like 3 little bottles of Ciroc left. Mango flavored Ciroc.
So you're saying the armed forces love the vodka?
Aren't they only allowed to purchase a certain amount though at a time? Or is that only when they're deployed?
Maybe it's only well, I don't know, because this is a straight up base. You could be deployed onto a base. So
we've done like a bunch of Navy shows before, and like whenever we've been on certain bases and you can't go into town to a store, we've had people on the base say, "Oh, we'll take you to the store and we can buy stuff for you, but only a certain amount of our allotment because we've already bought so much this month or something."
It's because they're rationed on some of those. So like they're allowed to buy a certain. So like, in fact, when we did that, we had to have like one guy buy us one, guy buy us another, one guy, because otherwise we would eat up their whole allotment.
Right.
So that makes sense, because it's like, if especially on base for like on a deployment where they're all like stationed there.
Yeah.
Right.
You only get like so much to them every now and then. Like this is just in the middle of Pennsylvania, right. So they're well stocked unless there's a pandemic.
That's what I was getting at. Is I was asking if whenever they're home, they don't worry about the.
It didn't seem like it.
Yeah.
Well, I think it also depends. I mean, I bet your card says how much you can get. You know, like if you're.
Yeah, I mean, it may also be like your rank. You get to buy more.
Yeah,
that's the
all of them. Yeah, when you get up to like sergeant, you get as many hookers as you want.
And obviously, if you're on Guantanamo, you can get all the Twinkies you want.
Absolutely, for a limited time.
Until they're all gone.
Right. Is everybody doing okay? You guys all doing all right?
Yeah, I was productive as shit today. I cleaned out the whole other half of the basement. It's like spotless now. It's shop vac. I put my whole tool bench, like everything's in its spot now, and I like relabeled drawers and shit. This rules.
Do you not have a garage?
I do have a garage, but I don't like to keep the garage. The garage is just for the cars and the other fridge.
I know, but I feel like you're always going to need tools in the house and in the garage, and you're going to have to come down to your basement to get them.
Get my steps in. I like having things in certain spots. So like, I don't like to have the tools in the garage. For me, drives me nuts, because the basement and the garage, the doors are right next to each other. They're like catty cornered. So it's going to one or the other, and I'd rather them be inside and not clutter up my garage.
Got it.
There was already like a built-in tool bench that has like even like a vice grip on it and everything. So,
right. Did you hear that? Speaking of Pennsylvania, so you guys, liquor stores are closed, right?
Because they're all state-owned.
Yeah. So recently, no, like 2 days ago, the governor of Ohio made it to where you have to be an Ohio resident to be able to buy booze.
And they did that in New Jersey also because
So
we're
all of the people trying to cross the border and buy all the goddamn booze are just they're getting hornswoggled.
But people like booze, guys. They
Yeah.
want it.
Texas was like right away, right? Just like, okay, guys, liquor stores are fucking essential.
Not only that, like they go, hey, guess what? Now we can deliver booze to your house. Like they've fought it forever, and hey, we're bringing it to your door now.
I'm still I still can't get it here. I just want you to bring it over.
Even from restaurants, you can't, Jarrett?
Restaurants, you can't get delivery yet.
What?
Yeah. Now, hold on. Let me back up just a smidge. You can get wine. So, like, if you order food, they'll bring you wine, but you can't buy beer or like margaritas and shit.
Oh, here in Denver,
they can't get mixed drinks, but they'll bring beer and wine, and like other places will bring you like a bottle of tequila and then margarita mix. They just won't make it for you.
By the way, I'm changing Ohio to besides Collin County is gonna miss you anyway.
Are those the words?
what?
Chris is out.
You know, Collin County will be right here waiting for
I don't
you.
want anything to do with McKinney, Texas. Sorry, McKinney. I live 30 minutes from you, and I don't want to go to there.
I'm
ever.
really not gonna do that. But God, that would be so funny.
Yeah.
I should have fucking held on to that and done a version of it. And then just like done it and played it, and you guys let y'all just figure it out.
So when I get in there, I'm just like, what the fuck? Is he fucking with me? What is this? Is this all? Just go with it?
For those of you who don't realize what's happening, if you're just listening to us, so I didn't mean to, but I moved out of Collin County, and I just fucking never put it together until I was renewing my driver's license, like 3 months after I already lived here. And I went onto the site, and it said that I lived in Collin County, and I like first called my wife, freaking the fuck out. And then I called Gary going, you motherfucker, you sold me a house in the wrong fucking county. You son of a bitch.
That wasn't the situation.
Gary!
Let's talk about what's going on where you live. Apparently, like you live in the same town as Dak Prescott and Zeke Elliott, who got caught. Their house got raided. They had like 30-something people up in their house having a party. Mm-hmm.
Really? What's
going on in Collin County, man? Why are y'all going crazy over there and having parties?
Dak just moved. He lived over by where Marco used to work. And that shit, but they're all moving over here now because this is a quick thing up to the practice field or whatever. But I didn't know Zeke lived here. I know there's a bunch of linemen, and everybody sees what's his face that's from Cole Beasley all the time.
Well, he doesn't even live. He doesn't even play for Dallas anymore, but he still lives here.
Yeah, he doesn't, but he's here now. You know.
Well, that's interesting.
Okay.
We're talking about shit that nobody's watching really cares about, like where the Cowboys.
It's our non-sports world sports update.
And so Gary, how are you doing, man? You doing all right?
Yeah, man. We're doing good. I think I told you last time that we started doing the Marie Kondo closet, taking care of whatever.
Yeah.
Took it a couple of days to work through hers. Then I finally worked through my part of it, and man, that is a pain in the butt to do all that. But
I need to do it again.
Yeah, we made huge progress. That's been the past few days, and then back to a new teaching at home school week. So
yeah, you got back on that today?
Yeah, no, yesterday. But I mean,
you guys didn't have yesterday out? I'm not joking. Fucking Louisville schools for the win.
Why?
Really? No. Tyler had a Zoom meeting with his teacher yesterday, and then he and I did schoolwork.
No, my children were out Friday and
that like observed holiday. Yeah, I forgot that they do that. Like the Monday after a holiday. I don't remember this being a thing when I was a kid at all. That like the Monday after a holiday is the observed one.
Our school district would have been out, but I mean, they're like, well, you're already out. Like,
Hey guys,
read
look at this.
a little bit.
Look who's on here. Mr. Randy Watson.
Oh shit! Sexual chocolate.
Yeah.
Not a wrestler.
Oh boy.
All right, this dude wants to ask us a question. If this is where we got the name of our band or anything like that, retreat.
Yeah. Run.
What's the
Well,
question? All right, guys, coming up, we got Linus of Hollywood jumping on. He's going to be hanging with us during our happy hour. We'll be here at least until 8 o'clock, so you guys grab a nice beverage.
And kick it.
And kick it pro style. All right, I can see him down there, but I don't know.
What you got at 8? You got another trivia night, or what you got? Podcast?
No, I got nothing. I just last time we hung till like 8, so
Yeah.
Raining
No, I think it's good.
no, nothing tonight.
I think I should finish this off tonight.
Linus!
Hey,
Ladies and gentlemen, Linus of Hollywood.
right over.
Can you guys hear
Man,
me?
this is cool. We can have more than 4 people on here.
Yeah, we're really doing it, guys.
So Linus, you how long did it take you to like come up with what you were gonna wear for the show this evening?
Actually, this is what I was wearing yesterday. I haven't showered yet.
I've only worn like one t-shirt this whole time.
I've been wearing the same track pants for like a month. Like every single day, I just put them on and I wash them like once a week. I literally have not put on a pair of pants or any other pants other than my track pants. It's kind of gross.
I don't have laundry where I live, so I have to go do my laundry elsewhere, and I'm terrified of that. So like I'm using as little laundry as I possibly can. The other day, I ordered 5 new pair of Duluth underwear. They were on sale for like $10 because they're white. So, you know, like wearing white underwear is not very good, especially when you're touring.
Right.
Yeah.
You will put some racing stripes.
So here was
Yeah.
Robbie's big question from earlier. Do you like selling big, knobby, cheesy fanny? Yeah, fucking clunge, pussy, ass-looking, fart liquor bungholes.
That's a good question.
What is clunge?
That's pussy. That's for pussy, I believe.
Yeah. Well, and so fanny means pussy over there.
There's a lot of those.
Is that like double negatives if you call someone a pussy?
Clunge,
If you're a pussy, then you're not a very good pussy, right? So
that
Oh, wow.
question may need to be like edited by like a professional.
right.
But
Maybe-
yeah, I mean, I eat ass.
Maybe Robbie should sit a few plays out,
Yeah.
you know? Maybe Linus, what's going on, man?
Oh man, I mean, my life is pretty much the same. I wake up, I go to the studio, I come home, I walk the dogs, and then I just like hang out at home at night and drink and edit photos and eat a bunch of stuff. And I actually haven't hung out with a human being in like almost a month, except for like a week or two ago. My friend Jenny came over and we sat in the front yard about 20 feet apart and just kind of like yelled at each other.
Yeah.
But, you know, most of y'all have families and significant others and stuff. But when you're single, Chris, you probably know this. You're just like sitting there and you can't fucking hang out with anybody.
I got pussy all over this place.
Our mayor won't allow that.
I get it. Like I've done the same thing a couple times. Like I've set up in the parking lot of my apartment complex, like at the trunk. I call it trunk gating. I get my chair out there and have some drinks, put some music on, and a couple people will walk by, and a couple people will come out and drink a beer with me. You know, 10 feet away.
We lost 100 people when we put Robbie's question up, by the way.
Oh,
100 people.
That was
Well,
too many.
So 100 people were not a fan of Robbie.
Yeah, that's thanks a lot, Robbie. And then he followed it up with a fuck you to us. So
at least put a period on it or an exclamation.
That guy's a sweet boy.
yeah, question mark. Fuck you.
It was also around the same time as when I logged on, so maybe it's my fault.
No, this was before you got in here. He was lining this one up.
Yeah, he really wound up with the whole like notice me, I've got a question, blah blah blah. Then that's what he came up with. So
Yeah.
wow. Just seriously.
How do you decide what question goes on the big screen there?
I get to decide that. I'll push
Robbie is a turd. True story.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Robbie.
Robbie sucks.
Let's keep the Robbie bashing going.
I like it.
I'll drink to that.
So Linus, what are you working on these days besides Bowling for Soup?
Thanks, Scott.
Well, as you know, my friend Gabe has me working on a bunch of TV commercials and stuff. You sang on one of them. You're still singing on it, actually.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's keeping me busy. You guys, I have my Project Able Machines that we're doing stuff, and yeah, just the
So
usual.
what's going on with Able? Tell everybody.
I've listened to a few songs like recently. Just like I had no idea that's what you were up to, and
Yeah,
I
so what's
saw
going on?
You posted a couple of songs, and yeah, some dope ass jams.
Well, tell everybody how that whole thing came about, and just sort of like what the plan is.
Yeah, basically, I mean, I listen to a lot of obviously, I grew up on metal, and I played in punk bands and all that. But currently, I've been listening to a lot of like electronic pop, like a lot of Scandinavian, Swedish, Norwegian kind of shit. And so I really just wanted to do a project like that. And I literally put an ad on Craigslist and found this girl who. She's already been in a bunch of movies and like has already had a career, but she's pretty young. She's in her like early 20s or something, but she has a really cool voice. And we just got together and started writing. And so our plan really is just to put out singles because that style of music is really like single based. But now that obviously the quarantine thing is going on, so we're going to start just doing some covers and stuff like online.
Can she work remotely, or is she not really set up for that?
She can actually, yeah. And her boyfriend is like this pretty gnarly like horn player guy, and he's a producer as well. So like we just did this track the other day, and he actually ended up helping her record it. So that works out good.
That's cool.
Yeah. Nice. So I'm having fun with it. It's something new to do. But you know how it's hard to get anyone to notice new music. Like starting a project from scratch in 2020.
It's a flooded market right now, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's flooded, and there's kind of like no rule book anymore on how to do it. Back when we were coming up, you sort of, I need my lawyer to shop this to labels and da-da-da. Now there's a million different ways to get music heard, but it's hard to find the one that's effective.
Yeah. So 2 singles out so far?
Yep. And we have a third one in the hopper. So we're just going to keep putting out singles, and then hopefully by the summer, if people are allowed to do stuff again, we'll start playing some shows and just kind of build it that way. But yeah, having fun with it.
Have you guys talked about how the shows will work with there just being you two guys? Hey, you two guys in there?
There's like some precedent. I mean, there's some other bands projects like Purity Ring and Robin, where basically it's like it's track based, obviously. So probably most of it will be on a track, and I'll be playing one or two of the key things, kind of like how Scott does it in Teammate. They kind of have some stuff on track, some of it is like live or whatever, and then we might just do. And that's what's kind of fun about doing the acoustic versions of the songs that we've been doing, is because it kind of like shows off the songs and that we can play and all that kind of stuff.
Well, and the smartest thing about it is 2 people in the band, more money for you, right?
Right.
So you don't need like 18. You don't need a whole horn section. No.
Don't have to load drums or bass amps or anything. You just show up with a laptop and you're good to go.
Yeah, just press play and go.
I gotta say something kind of selfish. I really wish the guy who was being a dick before didn't have the same name as me.
I don't know if he was being a dick. I thought he was being funny.
Or whatever. I mean,
it's a bit. We're doing a bit. We're not really hating on Robbie, guys. Like,
no, I know. The funny thing is when I'm reading everything that Rob Stock's over.
Yeah. Well, somebody just went, "Where's Gary?" And Gary goes, "Huh?" So what is LA like right now? I mean, you're in Hollywood. You're right in the thick of it. Whereas, like on a normal day, you'd be able to walk down to Hollywood Boulevard and go one way or the other and walk a few blocks, and there'd just be tons of people. And is it just crickets, tumbleweeds?
It is. It's really surreal. I mean, like today, the weather's been really weird here lately. It's been raining a lot, which it doesn't usually rain. But like today is like a beautiful, sunny, like classic LA day. There's literally no one out. It's like I'll walk home from my studio at like 10 or 11 at night, and I literally don't see one other person or one car drives by or anything. Like people are really paying attention to the guidelines. But
Is it easier to find a parking spot?
the weirdest thing that I've noticed is like my whole neighborhood, usually it's really hard to find parking spots. There's no cars on the street, which leads me to believe like where are all like who are these people that are parking on our street? I mean, they're probably like doing shit on.
I've had a couple of friends go do like photos of downtown Austin and downtown Dallas, and they're black and white, and it's just empty. I mean, they're amazing, amazing photos, but it's also just like eerie and creepy to see it. Just, I mean, no one's there.
Yeah, a friend of mine from LA sent me a picture the other day on the 405. Just took a picture of this. He had the hood of his car and everything in front of him. Just nobody on the streets on the 405. You know?
Yeah, it's
like
weird. And the other,
right?
Yeah, it's weird. The other thing that's happening is like the skies are like super.
Clear.
It's like Texas skies here. It's like LA actually has the cleanest air out of all the cities in America right now, which is so weird because usually we have the shittiest air.
The smog, the smog cloud is gone.
Linus, here's a question for you. They asked if you like any female-fronted European metal bands, like Weekend Coil or Within Temptation, or are you a massive sexist? I actually like that band, Massive Sexist. They're fucking great.
Badass.
Well, I guess in the old metal days, I used to love. Remember Warlock? You know, Doro Pesh.
Dora Pesh, yeah, she was
a badass. I don't really keep up with new metal in general. So I mean, I guess like, what's a band that has a girl singer? Like, is Archangel? Is that like the girl singer? I don't know.
Archangel, yeah, she's really good too.
Yeah, is that like metal or like? I guess metal really is an interesting concept now, because is that what, like,
you got baby metal,
that man? Give me the chocolate.
It's so weird, like, because like when baby metal first came out, I'm like, fuck this shit, right? And then I started listening, and it's like, I don't know, it's like it's hypnotic in a way, and you can't stop listening to baby metal after a while. You're just like, shit, now I'm a baby metal fan, I guess.
You know how it re-popped up into my head was my child got into the car maybe 6 months ago, and he goes, hey, Dad, will you tell Siri to play Chocolate by Baby Metal? And I'm like, is that what I think it is? And I play it. It's just like, how the fuck did you hear this? He's like, it is Babysitter. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I heard that they rehearse their entire show with lights and everything before they play the show every single day.
Oh, I'm sure they do. Yeah. I mean, a lot of bands do that. Like we did it one time, because the first time we had like a light visual thing in the UK, we had to rent out a sound stage. Remember that, Jarrett?
You didn't do it every day.
Yeah, no, but I do remember that, but he's saying that they do it like Frank Zumo plays the whole Sum 41 set before he goes and plays the Sum 41.
Oh, really? Wow.
So they play with lights and fire and everything. They play the entire show to an empty arena and then play the show every single day.
Well, that's like a lot of work to me.
I would think probably because everything is so insanely programmed for them and shit. Like everything changes every day. Like sometimes this is closer than this, and this is closer than this, and there's a little thing that you can trip over here. And like me and Chris have to be very careful about that because we're old. So it's like, hey, watch out for don't kill yourself, Chris.
I'm guessing someone in their crew is making sure that things are happening on time, though, because we're always like sound checks at 3, and then like it's 5:30 and we haven't sound checked yet.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have toured Japan before, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it's the best.
So culturally speaking, they always do that thing where like, oh, we're gonna have a production meeting at 10 a.m. and then you like, or I don't know if you guys had this experience, but like when I went over there, I would sit there at 10 a.m. and they would basically hand out like a little ditto with like the stage plot. It's like, you're going to plug your guitar here. It's like stuff that you sort of already know, but they like to have a meeting. They have a meeting to have a meeting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
right.
But the first day you set your shit up, you never touch it ever again.
Never.
Every day, it's just perfect.
We were on tour with Eric back in the day, and me and Eric both smoked. So the next show, they had ashtrays on top of our amps.
And cigarettes.
Oh, and they found out what cigarettes we
Yeah.
smoked, and they had a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah,
sitting.
and so they put tape on their amps where the cigarettes go and where the ashtray goes every night. And every night it was fucking
Holy
perfect.
shit!
Yeah.
When I played with my friend Paul over in Japan, I had this bass pedal that I used only. It was an EQ pedal, and I used it only to boost one frequency, like the 1K frequency, because that's where all the nice honk is. So I would just use this pedal just to boost the 1K frequency. But I would come out on stage every night, and someone had gone through and sculpted like this perfect EQ for like what they thought the perfect EQ was for the bass, and every night I had to like change it back to just. It was so weird that I was using.
You got finger banging your shit.
Yeah, they're like,
You weren't sharing stuff with another band. That's fucking weird.
oh man, that whole tour I didn't touch an instrument.
Dude,
ever.
we did 3 weeks in Asia, flying from continent to continent to country to, it was fucking crazy. But we took a Japanese crew because the Navy hired them. And it was our crew literally were on vacation. They did nothing. Nothing.
It was
They
funny.
like brought us beers during the show.
Yeah. I mean, like, because the guy, like, they were so. Oh, by the way, yes, cigarettes are yucky. We no longer.
By the way, Robbie's back, and it says, "Dudes, I was just yanking your chains earlier."
Yeah, we forget. Okay, everybody say something sweet.
Robbie, I don't know if you left, but we were just using you as a bit for a while. We don't really think that you're an asshole.
No, we like you, Robbie.
Yes.
So, and then on the other musical front, I mean, can you talk about like the fact that you've been thinking about doing like a rock record and stuff like that, or are you not really putting that shit out yet? Like as far as now, I'll edit this out.
No. Yes, I am going to do so. Well, the first news is I'm actually moving. I think I told you this, Jared, but I'm moving into a small house where I can work at home. There's like a little yard for my dogs to be, and I can just. It's going to sort of increase my creative vibe. I'm gonna have like a nice space to work out of, and I won't have to keep coming back and forth between the studio and home, and I can work in the hours. Blah 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 blah. But yeah, once that happens, I'm going to start recording a rock album that I've been writing for the last like year or two, and it's. I guess if you were a fan of, it basically sounds like Size 14. It has guitar solos. It has that kind of pop punky vibe that I haven't done personally since back then. I mean, I work with you guys. I'm a Nerve Herder, but I haven't made an album for me that has that kind of vibe in like 23 years. So
I was gonna say it's gonna be oddly influenced now, whereas like I would say that there are some things that we and probably Perry might have borrowed from Size 14.
Exactly.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting to see if there's any carryover and that like you've been working up with us for so long and working with him for so long, if like any of that sort of enters into it.
Oh, I'm sure. I think it'll be like an amalgamation of you guys, Nerf Herder, Size 14, but also like I remember when I was in Size 14, you know, it wasn't cool to like shred. Like there was this time in the 90s when everybody pretended they didn't know how to play guitar and like everyone's listening to Pavement and stuff. And so like I remember I went and saw Nuno Betancourt from Extreme, and he had this band called Population Zero, and this was like in 1994 or 5 or something. And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go see Nuno Betancourt. He's gonna be shredding the whole time, and he didn't play like one guitar solo. And I was like, everyone was just pretending like it just wasn't cool to play. So the difference now, I mean, we did a little guitar solo-y stuff in Size 14, but I think on this rock record, the thing that will be different is that I will actually be playing like solos.
You're gonna let the dogs out.
I'm gonna let the dogs out. There's gonna be like some Thin Lizzy elements going on and like some guitar harmonies and stuff like that. But it will be done in the context of like that, you know, our world that we're in.
It's a really interesting thing that you bring up. Me and Frank Turner just talked about this last week of that, like how, you know, there was this whole weird world of like when we were all into metal and stuff to where you could really only play what your guitar players could play if you're in a band or what your singer could sing. Like you were at their like that was their, that you were limited to that.
It's called playing within your means.
Right. When punk rock kind of came into our lives, it was like, well, fucking shit. This is fucking easy as fuck. Like I remember like learning Screeching Weasel guitar solos, and I'm like, oh, I can play this. You know, and but what's funny is that people don't even realize that like as like those guys that got into it and made it. Rivers Cuomo can fucking shred. Like that dude's an incredible guitar player. Billy Joe Armstrong is a really fucking good guitar player. Like that dude can fucking play.
That's
and
awesome.
there's a lot of those dudes that are like that where you would never know.
Yeah.
Totally.
Remember Johnny Magfish when you actually heard him shred?
Yeah.
Well, he can always shred because he does that fucking picking so fucking fast that.
Right.
But then, like when you really hear him just shred, you're like, what?
Well, he's in Rise Against now and doing all the shredding.
Well, he was in Guar for a while.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
That's true.
The bald dude, right? What's it? He's
yeah,
Zach.
Zach.
yeah, he's like the newest guitar player for Rise Against. Because the first guy was the dude from 88 Fingers Louie, I think.
Yeah, the long-haired guy.
Well,
Yeah.
he's been with Rise Against for quite a while.
Okay, well, I mean, he's relative. They've been around for like 20 years or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been in that band
Is
10
that
years.
from Hagfish?
Yeah. Yeah, Hagfish.
guy's awesome.
He was also in Only Crime with Bill Stevenson and his brother. And, you know, now he's in a band called the Draculas with the singer for the Riverboat Gamblers.
Yeah, they're rad.
And they're doing really, really well. Like, I
They're
wouldn't be surprised to
they're
see
rad.
them do something. Yeah, that fucking
That's the band that Nerf was going to play with before our tour got canceled.
the Draculas. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah.
I mean, I guess technically it hasn't been canceled, but I'm assuming it's not going to be happening. It's supposed to be for June.
Yeah.
I don't even think we announced the shows. So
I mean, the girls were supposed to be on there, and as far as I know, they never even got announced. So I don't think so.
All right, so Linus, what are you drinking this evening?
I'm starting with that was the funniest. I wasn't going to drink today, and then Jared's like, "Hey, want to join the happy hour?" And I'm like, "I guess I'm drinking today."
That's
I'm drinking a Bloody Mary to get ramped up. I'm eating some chips here.
good. You gotta have a base for that alcohol.
Yeah, and then once I
Bloody Mary is a base for alcohol. It's a
Bloody Mary makes sense though. You're in California, so it's only like 11 a.m. there, right?
pretty much. Yeah, I think it was 4:45 when I logged on, so it's still pretty early here.
Are you up for like? Do you have anything to shoot? Like a little shooter? Well,
Oh yeah, I'll do a shot of something. I have some sort of hard alcohol here.
cannonball too. It's
Hey, I'm going to answer a couple of questions. First of all, who's the best guitarist in Boy for Soup? Rob.
true. Before Rob, it was Eric.
Yes, exactly. And
Guitar players are not the best guitar player.
no, but we fucking make it look great.
I am probably the fourth best drummer in bowling.
What do you mean, probably?
Hey man, you haven't heard my chops lately.
Looking good at guitar is half the battle, right?
100%. Now, are we sure that Tom DeLonge pretends to be bad at guitar? I'm not going to talk shit, but
He
I
can
don't
shred.
know.
He's a shredder.
If you don't want to talk shit, let's move past that.
Okay. Hey, look who's here. Tim Powers. Go Packers.
Go Packers!
What's up, Tim?
All right, are we doing a shot?
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna do a cannonball.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
this is what I have.
Wait. Hold on. Let Chris do his cannonball, and then we all do a shot, okay?
Oh, you're gonna roll the cannonball alert?
I'm rolling the cannonball.
When I got on here, the first thing Jarrett said was like, "I got a cannonball alert." Cannonball. So we're gonna do a cannonball. Now I'm becoming the cannonball guy. So if I could probably start my own YouTube channel and just do cannonballs.
You're that cannonball guy.
I'm the cannonball guy. So here's the cannonball
You were already the
for
king.
you.
That's it.
Cannonball. Oh boy, that one got me.
All right. Here we go, guys. Cheers.
Wild caught.
We ready?
Are you drinking out of the bottle? Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be careful. This is what happened to AJ last week. All right, here we go.
I already did it. Shit.
Yeah, I did it early and I held it, and I was like, I should just swallow this before
I gargled it last week. That was a bad idea.
Last week, we had AJ Popoff on, and I don't think he realized that at 4:00 in the morning or 4:00 in the afternoon, this is what we were going to be doing, and he was having trouble making sense by the end of our fucking interview.
Like,
I thought he was like, is he a drinker, like a regular drinker? Or
Oh yeah, dude, they fucking drink. Like Lit is bowling for soup, but like in the rock world, like they still all party. They're like it's still a whole thing. But yeah,
He just had a lot. Well, I actually poured a shot before I knew we were drinking out of the bottle, so I'm just gonna drink that too.
There you go.
There you go.
Attaboy.
yeah. Well,
Pretty good.
so is there anything exciting like in the TV world that you're working on that you think is super cool, or is it just like a bunch of just like odds and ends shit? And it's kind of nothing,
Right now, it is commercials. I did do 3 songs for a new Disney show called The Curse of Molly McGee. It's like a Disney.
I auditioned for that.
Yeah, it's really funny because everyone in town, like writer-wise that I know, pitched to do the theme song. Like Perry did one, I did one.
Yep.
And we all we didn't get the theme.
Right.
And so I was like, okay, whatever. And then they called me and just said, we want you to do 3 songs for I think their regular guy couldn't do them for some reason or whatever. So they called in me, the ringer. So I did 3 songs for that. And that was super
cool. That dude that does so Jay Stutler's assistant or whatever, the guy that is probably communicating with you, his last
Mark?
name, huh?
Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's an old metal guy. Like that dude used to be in metal bands.
Yeah, so that's the first guy I met with, and yeah, I think he knows our whole world for sure.
Yeah. He and he's like a fan of all of our shit. And he knows about me and you and stuff. But about me and you.
I think that other dude, Steve, executive produces the show too. So I saw him at the meeting.
Oh, neat.
They're like, "Oh, will you come down to the office today?" And I just thought like, "Oh, it was just gonna be like me and like another person like discussing the idea of maybe doing something." And I walked in and there was like 15 people and they were handing me scripts and I'm dressed like this basically, and I'm just like, "Oh, okay."
How else would you dress though? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
oh, that's true. I always pretty much dress like a longshore fisherman.
That, and has anybody that you've met in the music biz or the show biz out there in Hollywood ever told you that you had a face for radio? And
Yeah.
I mean, how do you react to someone that would tell you that in Hollywood?
Well, that's how I got that one gig on that show. Is that I did a song for them, and they're like, "Oh, this is for this homeless guy in the show to play." They're like, "Wait a minute, you have a beard, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah." So they ended up.
When you were caught on, was it on Hulu where you had your picture taken?
Yeah.
And you were the street musician, the hobo.
Yeah, so I have a face for a transient.
Are you typecast in Hollywood? Yeah, that's what you're saying.
building up to that, every time we would get our photos taken, he would go, "Why is my beard so red? My beard's not really that red." I'd be like, "Dude, your beard's fucking red. Like it's red." And then he's on television and it's just like the reddest beard. And he's like, "Shit, I guess it is that red." Yeah, it's fucking red.
Well, now it's like so I got bored like 2 weeks ago and I like shaved my beard, and that was like totally not a good thing to do because I haven't not had a beard in like 6 or 7 years or something.
Yeah.
And so I shaved it just to see if I still had a chin, and I don't have a chin, and I kind of look like Mitch McConnell. I was just kind of like whatever. Fortunately, my I'm really hairy, so it grew back really quick. But my beard is not red anymore; it's gray, and I have to.
It is grayer now. Yeah.
I have to sit for a minute.
Yeah. I used to have like little red hints, like if the sun hit my beard, there'd be like a red tinge to it, but it's just gray as shit now.
Yeah.
Well, so Linus, next time you're in like a position where somebody says you have the face of a radio person, you tell them that like, no, I have the face of an angel because I enjoy seeing your face. I hate being in the studio, but when we do studio time, I get excited because I get to see you.
Aw, that's like the nice
Man,
thing.
actually, you know what's funny, Linus, is that he wanted you to be on today. True story, because he said he missed you.
Aw,
I do.
That
Yeah.
is
Hey,
exactly
and I do. I don't stalk you on social media, but like I see a lot of your posts. I don't like. I'm not the big guy that like loves everything. Like, oh, like it, love it. But I
Right.
see it. Yeah.
all right.
You have a really good, and you talked about the other day on Facebook, and you have a good cross-platform thing going on. You're not big on Twitter, but you're still on there, right?
Yeah, I try to do some
Like,
tweeting.
you still do mostly Instagram and Facebook.
Yeah, but you get your news. Hey, you're one of those get your news from Twitter, right? Don't you get your news from there?
I get instant, like if something instant happens, Twitter is awesome. Like for instance, if there's an earthquake and you're like, what the fuck just happened? And like no news, you turn on the news, no one's saying anything about it. And you just go to Twitter and you type in earthquake and everyone will be like, whoa, did you feel that? Or like, oh, da 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 da. So like anytime there's like a shooting or like something instant happens, Twitter is like a really good source of information.
Yeah, to find out like, boom, what happened? Because somebody's going, I saw the whole thing, you know? That
Yeah,
person
totally.
tweets it right after that, and yeah, you get that. You get it from the guy that saw the whole thing. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, well,
Linus,
But you do have your Instagram is really good. I enjoy you post you put interesting I actually, you know, every once in a while will just message you on there, even though I have your phone number. You know? I could just text you and say jolly good on that last post you did on Instagram, but I will on Instagram go jolly good. You know?
hello then. Oh, how are you then, Linus? Well, you doing all right then?
You do have a very interesting social media presence, and you're good on there.
Well, thank you.
I've seen some questions you've asked on Facebook about news and where do people like. So you've been like doing this. You know, what are your social media platforms? And I didn't chime in because I'm more of a Twitter guy, and everybody hates the Twitter people now.
Yeah, well, I think everyone. When I asked that question, I realized that everyone has their favorite. There were because I like Instagram the best, but people were like, "Oh, Instagram's fucking shallow," and da 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 da. So
Right.
everyone has their preferred platform.
Yeah.
That's what I learned from that question.
But you cross them all, like, so even on Instagram, which is visually stuff, mostly visual, you create like a visual story, a good visual story. And I'm stoned. I just did a cannonball, but
yeah,
your shit's popping. I guess that's what I'll say.
well, thank you so much. You're being so nice that I almost
Thank you, though. God damn it.
messing with you.
I like how you're so nice to me when I'm playing guitar,
Aw.
and I'm just terrified.
Oh, come on. I love you. Hey, do you guys have that Citizen app? Do you guys know what that is?
Oh,
It's basically, I don't know how poppin' it would be where you guys live, but it's like it's basically like crime report. So as soon as a crime happens, and especially if it's in your area, it like pops up and then people comment on it. So it just and
we don't need that.
the crime is so funny here because everyone's like the other day it was like man walking around with open leopard print robe. And then there's like ones like woman threatening people with machete, like there's just like all this weird. And then people comment on it, so it's fucking hilarious because everyone's just goofing on everything that happens.
I don't know if I would ever turn that off. It sounds like that's just endless entertainment of stupid comments.
So, Jared, remember, like back in the day, we'd be on tour, and I would show you the Denton blotter for the day, and it would be like, man in dress goes and steals 6-pack from local grocery store, and then they go, and you know, you're still the suspect is still at large. I'm like, yes, that motherfucker got away with it. But the Denton, Texas, that's our crime. It's so weird, you know, like you know, people were too drunk and had a 10-minute fight when they were drunk, and no blows were landed. Yeah, that's Denton, Texas weirdness. I'm proud of it.
Crime is entertaining.
It is.
Now, how far away from Hollywood is the new place?
The place I'm moving is this town. It's called Frogtown, and it's right by Dodger Stadium. So I'll probably be going to see a lot of Dodger games. It's technically like downtown and sort of in an up and coming area. but it's really centrally located. It's probably about 10 minutes from where I live now, so I can get
And
back.
you have a house with a yard?
Yeah, I just found like a little house. Yeah, so
like condos and
yeah, it's like a residential area. It's like
That's
right
cool.
along. There's this thing called the LA River, which is kind of a joke because it's
yeah. It's an actual river. So,
but it's a cool little neighborhood. It's a little hipstery, but it's like a lot of like cool little shops and bars popping up and stuff. So when the whole quarantine thing ends, I think it'll be really fun. And before it ends, I think it's a good place to be holed up because it's like a little compound. It has like a fence all the way around, so the dogs can chill. I can just be making music and hanging out on my little back patio and
right. And I know this is important to you. Is there a little coffee spot?
Yeah, there's actually like a bike shop / coffee shop that's like walking distance.
Where you ride bikes and ride coffee.
What's the Denton spot? Jupiter House.
Yeah, I love Jupiter House.
So Jupiter House, it was closed while you on the last trip, right? Because it reopened again. So yeah, Jupiter House was in part of a fire, and they had to close for about 3 months, and then so you went into the new one, but you've gone to Jupiter House quite a bit. Like, is it stand up? You always seem to dig their coffee.
I love Jupiter House. They have really strong coffee there, and they have good pastries and whatnot. I'm not really like a huge coffee snob. I don't like go into places and go like, oh, this is the best coffee I've ever had. I mean, some is better than others, but yeah, Jupiter is good.
Hey, so are you at all worried about the social aspect of moving away from Hollywood? I mean, you're Linus of Hollywood, like you fucking love that place more than I've ever. I mean, like as much as Chris loves Denton, if not more, like you and all of us love Denton, but I got to give Chris the props. He fucking stayed there,
Right.
Like or you already know that there are some people that live closer to there that you're going to be able to hang with?
Well, all my friends at this point are pretty spread out. And the thing about Hollywood, Hollywood is changing. As you know, like, remember our favorite diner, Swingers, now is closed.
Right, yeah.
There's a bar down the street called the Pikey that just closed. So Hollywood is actually probably going to be pretty different when this quarantine is over because a lot of businesses here, the rent is so high, they can't afford to stick it out. So all it takes is a month or two of no business and they're going to go under. And
now, so interestingly enough, it's like so much of it had come back and they were building it up and like there were places popping up and everything. So are you maybe in your thinking, and not that it's why you're moving, but I mean, it sort of makes sense that when you come back, crime's going to come back in and, probably become a little bit of a rougher spot again.
Yeah, I think this whole Corona experience, I love being in Hollywood. I like being in a city, but when something like this happens, I was just kind of like, I don't know if I really want to be here right now because all it takes is some little minor thing to happen before. There's so many variables about looting and hoarding and all this kind of going on.
Whoring,
When I moved into this place, obviously I was not single. So now that I'm single, I'm spending too much money on rent. Like this place that I have now is ridiculous, and then I have a recording studio. So this house is actually a little more expensive than my apartment, but it's cheaper. I'm getting rid of my studio, so I'm actually going to be saving a bunch of money, and I can work from home. I have all these animals, so I'm like constantly having to schedule my day around like coming home and walking them and all that kind of stuff. So now that I have a house, I'll be able to just like let them chill and they can just walk in and out to the front yard and all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of,
you're gonna free the wild beasts.
That's right. They're gonna be able to
run around.
Now you tried this before. You moved to Pasadena, and it drove you crazy not being able to just walk out your door and walk here and walk there. So, have you put enough thought into this one? You think, or are you just in a different place in your life, or how does it compare?
Yeah. Definitely a different place in my life. Part of the reason I moved back to Hollywood is because I wanted this is a little personal, but I wanted my ex to be able to enjoy it and have more fun. And then she ended up having too much fun, and now I'm single. But so now that I'm single, I think I just want to be, basically I just want to have a creative space, a place that I could just constantly create and not have to schedule when I can be creative. Because even though I can work anytime at my studio, I still have and things I have to go back and forth. And a lot of times when I'm doing TV stuff, I'll get like a email at like 11 o'clock. Hey, can you send a version of this or whatever? And then I got to put my shoes on the studio. And it's like, if I have my studio at home, I can just like walk 10 feet. And
does this mean though, that if you, and I know that you're not doing it as much, but also shit goes in waves, in music, if you find yourself working with a band again, will you have them at your house, or will they have to get a studio, or what will change as far as that model?
Well, the studio that I have, I mean, honestly, I'm working by myself about 95% of the time anyway. The only time I ever have someone visit my studio, it's usually one person, and it's to do voiceovers or just vocals.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime I record a band, I'm doing it at the Layer or a bigger studio anyway. So I don't even really need to have a studio. I mean, it's, presentation wise, it's nice to go like, oh, I have a studio on Sunset Boulevard, but like it's
right.
It's sort of a waste of money because it's not very.
I ask if it's because like you feel a little more productive to like leave the house to go do it, to be like, because then when you're gone like for 10 hours or whatever, you're gonna be just doing that. When you're at home, because I've been doing a lot of work from home during this, so I'm so easily distracted. I'm like, well, I'm gonna go drive you up to the basement because I'm like, it's right there. Whereas if I'm like at an office working, it's kind of a different deal because that's all you're doing when you're there.
Yeah, I think when I was in a relationship, I needed to have an external space to go and be able to work. But like currently, the way that my work life is, it's impossible to schedule because every day some new thing pops up that wasn't in my scheduled plan. I'm constantly shuffling stuff around, so it's actually really good to be able to work. It's hard to compartmentalize work right now. It's easier just to like wake up, start working for a little bit. Oh, this new thing popped up. Work on this for a little while. Now I'm going to take a break. Now, and if I want to work at night, I can.
Yeah, that's cool.
So.
Yeah, and here's the thing about you is like you're extremely talented. You could in probably 4 hours make a like. Just like you just sitting at the computer and programming some drums and laying some shit, probably could make a whole album in 4 hours by yourself. So, with everything.
I don't know about 4 hours, but yeah.
See, I'm trying to get you to be a one-man band.
Well, I guess
you're in a two-man band or a two-person band.
Yeah.
If you're just a one-man band, you get all the money, right?
He's in two-person bands. And one 4-person band.
Oh, he's in a 5-person. The Nerve Herder is. Oh, there's 4. God damn it, there's 4 of them.
So if you add up
Paul Gilbert and you were only like 3.
If you add up the percentages, I'm 25%.
So that whole it's an hour. It's Paul Gilbert playing that whole album. What's the album? And you play live in space. You're wearing space gear and playing an album live with Paul Gilbert.
Right.
What's that album? It's on YouTube, right?
It's called Spaceship One.
Yeah, that was amazing, dude. Like,
thank you.
It's shredding, pure shredding.
Yeah, we did this thing where we like rehearsed for like weeks and weeks, and then we went into the studio and we were.
Have you seen that, Jared?
Of course I have. That's what I fucking show everybody when they're like, if I'm doing a record with somebody, I'm like, hey, I'm going to have this guy play all of the extra shit. We'll go in there, we'll do this. And then this guy's going to basically just wrap it up, put a bow on it for you. And here's how much money you're going to give him. And then I'll just go, here's him playing the bass guitar.
in a spacesuit. At 2 minutes in that spacesuit, I would have flipped out.
Do you know? But you have to hear him tell him about you that day, though, Linus.
Oh yeah, so we had 5 days booked at this studio called Cello over on Sunset, and we had rehearsed so much that we were like super tight. So we ended up recording the whole album in 4 days, and I ended up getting sick. I got the flu or something, and so I came back on the 5th day to just grab my bass, and I was like feeling awful. I was like sick, and Paul had like all the lights set up, and there was he didn't tell anybody that this was going on. So I showed up, and it turned into this like 12-hour day of filming, and so like I think in the footage I looked pretty okay, but in my like internally speaking, I was like dying, and I was like super ill and not feeling good.
I just remember that was like one of the first times we ever like hung out at all was recording Bowling for Soup stuff, and I knew you. I knew you as Linus Hollywood that does the dryness with Jared. I knew you from Nerve Herder and stuff. We didn't really know each other.
Right.
I was just like, okay, like he's a musician, he's a producer, he's capable. But then he was like, oh, and you got to see this thing. And Jared showed me the thing with you and Paul. Honestly, think about how long this is in real life. For like 3 seconds in my head, I was convinced I was being fucked with. It was like a dude that looked like him. No way is he playing this shit? It was like that, and isn't that cool? Rickenbacker basically
shredding in a spacesuit.
Spacesuit, yes.
But playing Paul Gilbert licks on a bass guitar,
yeah,
it's freaking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Did he ever say to you, you know what? Billy Sheehan can go fuck himself.
Oh man, I remember when we were touring Japan one time. We went to that. Have you guys been to that place called Rock Bar in Osaka?
Yeah.
We talked about that on the last one with AJ.
Yeah. So like, we were there, and we're sitting around this big table, and because my friend Paul was there, they had all the Mr. Big and like old Paul footage playing on the TV screens, but like on mute because the DJ was playing Guns N' Roses or whatever. But I just saw like the footage of Billy Sheehan. He's like playing behind his head and like playing with his teeth and stuff. And I'm just like, he's way better than me.
Yeah, but still.
Do you remember that, Jared? When you showed me right before we did the recording stuff with him, I was like, you're fuck. Like, it took me a second to be like, is that a dude that just looks like him that like is shredding all of this?
Yeah. Yeah, it's that's one of those things where it's like, you know, when we write, I don't even pick up a guitar because it's faster for me to just sing it with my mouth and him just fucking do it than it is for me to figure it out. So I don't even fly with a guitar when we write anymore.
Well, I'm happy that
so let's download this song. Okay, yeah, Billy Sheehan is a bass god. That's right. So somebody asked if we were working on new stuff, and actually we can talk about, you know, kind of what we're doing. Linus is involved in this as well. We still have around 6 more covers to do, I think, that we started out doing. I think we'll just keep doing that, but obviously the every 6 weeks thing was a little bit
lofty.
That was a little difficult to do. And honestly, we got more bogged down with you know, distribution and press and all of these other things than really us. And then we're actually working this week finally on singing the second greatest hits record, Songs People Actually Like Volume 2, which is the next 6 years, which is hilarious.
Not the next 6 years from now, but where we left off on Volume
Well,
1.
yeah, because we can't put out what we're doing the next 6 years yet as a greatest hit.
Not yet.
Yeah, but we can't. Yeah, because they're not even hits yet.
Gotta give them some time.
Yet.
But yeah, we're singing that stuff this week. And then
Jared,
what?
As soon as I got home yesterday from doing a bunch of like all the sort of pad singing and stuff, I get a text from Linus. It was almost like comedically timed. He's like, "Hey, don't sing into the Sorry for Partying stuff yet. I might not need you to." Like as soon as I walked in the door at home, and he's like, "Yeah, don't do it." I was like, "Oh, I'm a little bit."
Ixnay on this Esabatarsum say.
I mean, the other thing that I didn't say.
No, we re-sang all of that. Oh, poor Louis. That's my nephew Louis. Right there. Nephew Louis.
he smells. You know how like dogs get that like
Yeah.
it smells like Fritos or something when they've been sleeping?
Yeah.
But he's like warm and his chest smells like Fritos.
Yeah, and they can't get groomed. Do they get groomed or do you guys wash them?
They're pretty clean, but I do give them a bath like about once a month or so.
Is Ziggy around? They got to see Ziggy if she's around.
I don't know where she is. She's being antisocial. I think she's back in the bedroom or something.
Probably humping the cat.
Yeah, there's a lot. So the new thing that's going on is Louis will lick Spider, my female cat's lady bits, and she lets him do it for like a minute, and it just goes on, and she like kind of rolls around, and he just like it's fucking weird. But then she like bops him on the nose and runs off just like a lady.
Hey, does Louis eat ass?
What's that?
Louis eats ass, right?
Oh, Louis eats ass of everyone in the house except for me. But
Oh, not except for you, right? Oh yeah, sure.
no, there's none of that going on. That's your house.
That's you. That's just for you. I am old man.
I'm old man.
I am old man. Well, it also I've seen like some of the bands that you produced starting to release some stuff too. Like I saw that Punch Punch Kick is kind of putting out some stuff that it seems like you worked on quite a while ago.
Yep.
And so I mean that's got to be good to just kind of have that shit just out there in the world because it's just been probably in your head for a very long time.
Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff that I work on that I sort of. Perry asked me about Not Your Girlfriends, and he's like, which Not Your Girlfriend songs did you co-write? I go, oh, the last 2 singles, and then I realized like they hadn't even come out yet.
No.
This was before
Game Over.
Game Over came out. Yeah.
So Game Over is the first one that we wrote with you, right?
Yeah.
And then the next single, If We're Ever Out of This Shit, is Cute, and we wrote that with you as well.
Yeah.
Man, I would say about that stuff, it's so funny to me because I write songs much differently, which is most likely incorrect than you guys, but like seeing how quick you got, because I was like sitting in the room, we did a couple different things where I was like kind of just there, and like the way you guys do it, like you don't even finish a sentence, you're like, yeah, that. It's like, okay, and you're already on to the next part. For me, I'm like deliberating a thing out. It takes me like 6.5 days to like even start coming up with the idea of like how I'm writing a song, and I do it backwards. But watching how quick it goes through, I'm like trying to keep up. I'm like, oh, okay, you already beat me to it. But it's like watching one brain and 2 people when you guys are writing a song.
Yeah.
We've written with people who are like schooled, seasoned songwriters, and they can't even keep up with us. We write so fast.
Yeah.
Quick, I really do think it's one of the coolest things how you, Linus, you always say that even if you're not totally like locked in, you're like, you have to finish the song. If you start, you can't say, oh, we'll come back and finish it later. Like, because it'll never happen.
You won't. Nothing ever sits around. I mean, ideas sit around. A riff or a fucking concept or whatever. I mean, high school never ends. Sat around for years and years. But yeah, that's just it. It's like, let's power through the shit. You can always punch it up later or whatever. But we'll
go back and change it. But then you're like, I wrote a song. When you're done with it, you're not like, I wrote a bridge and a chorus or whatever. Yeah. Like you wrote a song, and if you don't like it, you tweak it or whatever. Yeah. But it was very astute.
We don't like to get stuck. So if we ever start to get to where we're getting stuck, we just move on to a different part, or we'll go back and work on this more or whatever. And like, so it's like anytime we're bogged down and we start to find ourselves both on Instagram instead of actually writing the song, it's like, okay, let's get back in the game here. And, but quite frankly, if a song takes us more than about 30 minutes to write, we're like, oh man, I don't know about this one.
The last time I got up to pee and I came back and you're like, yeah, we finished it. You want to go drink some beers?
That's accurate.
I remember when Jared and I were writing with these sort of boy bands for a while. There were times when we would write a whole song like before they even got there, and then pretend like we hadn't yet, and then and then sort of like.
What about this? What do you think about this? Oh no, what about this? Okay, yeah, or this would be good.
I wonder where this part's gonna go.
That was our MO. When we were writing with the Disney bands, that was our thing, though, was to already have the concept and pretty much the chorus written and leave like one verse to where they could have a little bit of input, and then
The part about
you really, really, really drunk one night, and the next fucking day, we had 5 Seconds of Summer, and we went into that session, and I mean, we were both.
I didn't know who they were.
Huh?
I never heard of them before. I thought they were just another in a series of these bands that we were working with, and I had no idea who they were.
Yeah, and then I've never seen this happen before, but they all had like over 1 million followers on Twitter at the time. And they said, we're working with Jarinus, and Linus leaves his computer up on the desk, where it is. So like he always has it to where all of his shit is going. He kind of goes over to me. It literally looks like just a ticker just going of people just liking this. It was I've never seen anything like it before.
We walked to Chipotle for lunch, and by the time we got to Chipotle, I had 10,000 notifications on my phone.
Yeah.
I'm just like, who the fuck is this band?
Yeah. And then but we fucking phoned that shit in because we were both a mess.
Well, the mistake that we made was
we let him drive.
Yeah, the kid did the thing where he was like, well, our label wants us to do this thing, but I want to write a song about sex that sounds like Def Leppard. And so like Jared and I were like, that sounds awesome. Let's do that. And so we kind of did we did that instead of like doing the slam dunk like
I totally get
by the way.
I totally get the part about you messing with him like, hey, y'all already wrote the song, you work fast. What I'm having trouble wrapping my head around is that Jarrett was there before anyone else at a meeting.
Oh, because I woke up at his house.
Okay. There you go.
He had no choice.
But
hold on, if I could to be fair, when I'm in LA, he actually wakes me up. Like when and then I get time to get myself together and all that shit. So, and then he drives. So like I've never late for anything.
Is it more of a Sean wake up or a Dave wake up?
Now lately, he just puts on Hellion by Judas Priest.
So Sean.
Yeah.
So I actually will say one of the best, there's kind of two things here. Staying at Jarrett's house with Linus whenever we're recording or when Linus is around, me and Henry are always the first two up. And then one time we got into a predicament where we didn't know what to do for like breakfast. So we were like rummaging through your garage trying to find. First we looked for your car keys. We couldn't find them. We figured they were in your room. So we're like, we're not going to go in there and bother them. We tried to find the keys to the golf cart. We're like, maybe we can make it to Burger King in the golf cart. And then we almost brought out that tandem bike that you still have from the Girinus thing, but the tires were flat.
Yeah. The best part about this whole story is this. You guys were trying to go to a Burger King that doesn't fucking exist. It actually never existed. So however y'all were trying to get to this fucking Burger, we don't even have Burger King where I live. Like
when they said that, I'm like, what Burger King are they going to by your house?
I don't know that we have one in North Dallas. Like I have not. I mean, do y'all even have them in Denton, Chris? You have Burger
Kings? Yeah, we have one Burger King. It's still there by the mall.
We only based it off of we Google searched literally food near me, and we're like, whatever the closest thing is, we're gonna just try and get there. And
Burger King is paying heavily for the AdWords on food near me.
It pulls your thing, and either way, that happened.
I think maybe it used to be like alongside of a convenience store, and it's one of those places where now it's like an Asian food place hooked onto a gas station. You know what I'm talking about? Where like they just changing it to other shit. Next thing you know, it's going to be a fucking, hey, Bill's fried chicken. Like it's one of those things. But
one of the best. But we were talking about like the wake up experiences. So one of the best there he is. Kyle. He used to be my next door neighbor. Now he's not. But so
fuck you, Kyle.
Wake up experiences I've had. He's in the Navy. He was the recruiter with Jackie. So
Navy.
The best in Bowling for Soup was when we were doing the 2-night thing at the Lava Cantina. We had the bus there. And Dave was there day one, and then he had to leave. He had to go somewhere with Casey Donahue, I think. And then who stood in for him? Blake, right? Who was?
Yeah, Blake. Yeah.
Blake stood in for Dave, and because that was when we all stayed up until 1:00 and had all the Whataburger brought to the bus.
Yeah. and Blake solid kicked ass, and we didn't want any part of it.
Oh yeah. So then the next like morning, because Jared and I didn't realize that this brunch thing was at like 10 a.m. and not 1 p.m.
Yeah, so brunch is like not before 11:30.
Yeah.
I thought it was like 1, 2. Sure, we'll do brunch.
I swear to God.
You just didn't know.
I thought when you sent us that schedule, Jarrett, and watched all the brunch.
Yeah.
And I knew that we had a bus so I could sleep. And I was like, all right, man, like I bet this brunch is going to start at least after noon.
Right.
No. No, it was like, and it started at like 9:30. What the fuck is that, man?
Yeah. So what I thought we were doing was
9:30 brunch.
Swear to God,
That's breakfast, buddy.
I thought it was starting.
9:30 is still breakfast.
I thought they were going to eat at 11, and we would play at 2, right?
Yeah.
And
Settle in.
Chris literally sat there. For those of you who don't know this story, so we did 3 days. We did a show on a Friday for a 25th anniversary. Then we didn't play. We had other bands come play. We just
Party.
drank.
And
with
we had
them.
a bus in the
We had
parking
fucking
lot.
great time. Next night we do our show. Afterwards, did we do karaoke that night or was it the night before? I can't remember.
It was the night of the show. We
Got
did-
it.
Yeah,
We
that
did
was
karaoke. So it's just a fucking shit show. Like I don't think we left inside of the bar until 4 a.m.
and it was fucking hot.
and we got
in Texas.
Whataburger or whatever. And anyway, whenever we go to bed, it's really bad. And so the next day was really bad. But we had a Q&A during the brunch, and Chris literally sat like this.
I had sunglasses too. I don't know. I stole some sunglasses from somebody. I didn't have my own. I was like, give me that shit. I stole somebody's sunglasses.
It was actually a fun setup. It just was a shitty time. So I mean, the fun level was probably at like a 3 or a 4, and had it been at 2 in the afternoon, it would have been like a 9 or 10.
Yeah, they brought in breakfast tacos, and Blake's like, guys, breakfast tacos, blah, blah, blah. I'm like,
oh, they had fucking waffles. I could be a thing.
Taquito shoved right here.
I will go back to Blake did a great job because he was fighting an upward battle that whole day. And,
Right. So
And then you went to bed as late as all of
we're all here. We're all here, and if there's a tie, Linus gets the final vote.
Okay.
So I vote that a brunch starts for us at least at the very minimum 1 p.m.
Ooh, 11 is brunch time, right? 11.
That's still breakfast.
The international
But
brunch.
you can go and still get breakfast at places that don't say breakfast.
I'm going to interject. I think definition wise, I don't think brunch can be before 10:30, right? So 10:30 would be brunch starting, and I'd say it probably goes to like 2:30 or 3. Now, a rock and roll Bowling for Soup brunch shouldn't start before 12:30 at the earliest.
All right.
Gary, I was going for 1.
Guys,
I knew that we'd have to compromise, right?
guys,
Are we settling in the middle?
I think I can help out with this whole pang thing.
Oh, and by the way, you are the one that decided that brunch starts at 9:30. That's way still breakfast.
Listen to me. I swear to God, I thought they were going to eat at 11 and we were going to play at like 1. So I thought the thing would open, and fucking little did I know that everybody would show up like right when it started. Like he comes to wake us up and he's like, dude, it is fucking packed in there.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, this is not what I designed.
No, and because it all happened at once instead of like food and then this and then that. It was just like, hey, it's time for everything to happen right now. So that's kind of what threw us off guard. I remember kind of getting the nudge from Blake in my book, but he was just so calm about it.
Oh
And it was very Dave of him. It was, hey buddy, like one of those. And I was just like, I was kind of comforted back into the world because I was feeling like hell. And I remember getting over to that room and we had a little bit of breakfast, but it was like you and I had to kind of rush. We're like, here's some food that you should have to eat right now because you're just waking up for this very late night.
Now, hold on. But Linus, you left with Frank and Diane.
That morning, right?
What?
Because they stayed. I thought they were there overnight because they were.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So, Linus, you left with Frank and Diane, and your flight got delayed, and so you guys went to Twin Peaks. And tell us what happened there.
We went to Twin Peaks, and there was apparently this thing that you guys have in Texas called a micro blast or some kind of shit. It's like a storm, but like what do you call it? A micro something micro burst.
It's just a goddamn storm. They come up with different
But it
names.
was crazy. There was a picture of it in the like Washington Post. It looked like there was like a mushroom cloud over Dallas. So we're like sitting there, and all of a sudden we look outside, and there's like rain like going horizontally, and like the wind is going crazy. The fucking wind blew in the front glass doors at the Twin Peaks, and water just starts like splashing in, and we're like just like holding a burger going like, what is happening? And all the girls were like in their shorts, and they're just filming it, and the managers are running around going like, give me a mop bucket or whatever, like freaking out, and the girls are like, Jay, I'm gonna put this on Snapchat, you know. It's like, so.
I would have been on the ground going like, oh, my back, my back. Oh, my crack. Oh.
Me and Rob were pulling into our
I got
neighborhood.
glass in my eye. Oh.
I mean, we played the show and we left, and like me and Rob are pulling into my neighborhood, which is about, I'd say 30 minutes from the venue. I'm sure we stopped or whatever. And it was like, oh man, it is really looking short. And like literally basketball goals were falling down, and there's like trash cans. But I was like, man, this is really a fucking crazy storm. So I called back to the guys. I'm like, guys, you got to do whatever you can do and throw the shit into that fucking truck and get the fuck out of there. So it was so bad that they literally just had to throw everything into this. We couldn't return the truck that day. They had to park it in our space. And, but it was nuts.
Yeah, that was super, super crazy for sure. Yeah. Luckily, I got out of there and got on a plane, but Frank and Diane got stuck. Like the whole night they had to stay in Dallas. They didn't fly. All their flights got delayed and stuff. And then she had to spend her 50th birthday in like some small town in Alabama or something like that.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that. So this actually, the same kind of thing happened again in last year, and like last spring, about a year ago. We had to like cover a show real quick. Remember, it was like a 1-day notice to play. What was that festival? That Wildflower
Mound.
Yeah,
you're talking about the Wildflower Festival. Yeah.
But hold on, we didn't cover that because of a storm. We covered that because
no. I know, but the storm is a part of the story.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
You guys were home, like because I live states away. For anyone that doesn't know, I live in Pennsylvania, so we get.
Oh, fuck, where'd he go?
He gone.
Oh,
That
wow.
was not me.
So what
he
was talking about was the Wildflower Festival, which was a couple of weeks before our party, our 25th birthday. And we played the Wildflower Fest because Good Charlotte pulled out and we got the gig.
Yeah, they had like a death in the family or something crazy. So
yeah. So we got the gig because of that.
We got the gig, guys.
The 1-day notice. So I was like, all right, I got to fly to Texas tomorrow. So I get there and we do this. So basically for me, it's like fly in, play the show, hang out with my friends, fly out the morning after the show. Then the morning after, I go to get on my flight, and it's like this little micro storm thing came. Remember this? And then we were sitting under the bank thing where it started like hailing and like destroying the cars in the parking lot and stuff. I was like, what the hell's going on? And I ended up staying in Texas another like 2 days because of that storm.
Welcome to springtime in Texas.
Linus, do you remember at my old house one night I was like, oh, dude, we're going to get home in time to watch the storm come in. And you're like, okay, what does that entail? Oh, we just sit in the driveway. We just drink, right? So we're sitting there. And
we did every other night.
and so we're sitting there having some drinks or whatever. And the temperature all of a sudden just drops like 10 degrees. The wind starts blowing.
You were also like you were doing the whole like Nostradamus thing. You're like, okay, watch in about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And then it did, and then he's like, okay, next there's gonna be some hail, like baseball sized rain, and then that's what happened. I'm just like, oh my God,
and then but you're like, okay, when is the time when we go inside? I'm like, not yet.
It's got to be really bad to go inside.
Over, and the next yard, I go, now's the time we go inside.
Yeah, we know when a gully washer is about to happen.
Yeah.
So like even the other day, like here, I know I've kind of a good feeling with like our snow patterns. We had like a really mild winter. We didn't really get a lot of snow this winter, but we were about Jackie was like, we should put out the lawn furniture like cushions and stuff, and I was like, I don't know, I think it's gonna snow again. 2 days later, we got like half an inch of snow, but it melted because you don't want to have it like sitting on that stuff, and it melted in like 4 hours. But still, I called the shots on that one. I know the idea where it's like, I know how this is gonna play out. Just gotta wait it out and see what happens.
Yeah.
Are you a licensed meteorologist?
Yes.
Did I say that right? I don't know if I said that right. Meteorologist. Meteorologist.
Yes.
Like, so I went. Okay, so what do you call a urologist with a big dick?
Meteorologist.
A meteorologist.
There you go. I saw
You
that.
didn't ruin his punchline, Rob.
Oh, is that really the punchline?
I just fucking wrote that joke.
Rob's like, I know, meteorologist.
Oh, I get it now. I didn't get it at first.
Hey, Rob, you ever going to take that Shedsville sign down?
Yes, I told you I'm sending it to you because we're getting the house painted, so we're getting the shed painted too. And I'm
You're gonna fall in love with that Shedsville sign. You're gonna keep it.
have it down. I can't wait. I hate it so much.
I need a beer.
Get one.
I'm gonna go.
I'll put Shedsville up right here. Boom. In this open space.
Put it right below your thermos.
Open and unimpressive space that I have here. I'll put Shedsville right there.
You had a platinum record up there once.
Yeah, but it was about to fall on my head, and it's glass, and that would have been.
Wait, Chris, you have 3 more coming. Do you know what you're going to do with them?
If you're gonna get busted in the head, at least do it with a platinum record.
All right,
Not like
right,
some drawer.
Remember in Tulsa,
Hotel in England.
Oklahoma? Remember in Tulsa, Oklahoma, like that I used to do. Remember, I used to jump on the bed, and I knew like the pictures on the wall behind the bed had plexiglass.
The big one was in.
Remember, I used to do and it's just
the picture dance.
So one time I was doing the picture dance, and then I gave you the picture, and I didn't realize that was actually real glass.
Yeah, that's true. That did happen.
And so you smashed a picture over my head.
Yeah.
And it opened a cut on my head.
Yeah.
That was
the night we did the
barefoot on the couch, and I stopped dancing because there was glass in my feet.
Right.
And people started clearing the glass away to where I could sit down and get the glass on my feet. Yeah.
That was the night we did the show.
I think that's the last time I've done the picture dance.
Jimmy Eat World.
Didn't ruin the picture dance.
Seven Dust, and we raced golf carts around the horse track. That
was in Tulsa. That's the night that we
in Tulsa.
That was the night that the picture broke over your head that was glass.
Yeah.
With that, that's then the next day we woke up and we just had horse training apparel in our fucking.
Oh yeah, attack! Like somebody had stolen some shit, and it wasn't us. It was somebody that we were that was part of our party, but we wouldn't vouch for this guy. He somehow hid it. We did. I guess we trafficked that, but without knowledge. So Gary, you're like a lawyer, right?
Well, yeah.
So
basically, I've seen a lot of Law and Orders. So basically,
they can't get us on that shit, right?
Nah, it'll be all right. I know a guy. We'll be fine.
Statute of limitations.
Hey, we're gonna keep this thing open for a while, right? We're gonna keep going. Everybody good?
Yeah.
Hang.
Sure.
Linus, you want to hang a little longer, or you got shit to do?
Yeah, I sent the wife to the store to get more beer, so I'm good for a while once she gets back. Actually.
Oh, Linus, so
wait, hold on, Chris. I'm trying to get Chris.
You're trying to get
are you good to hang out?
I'm down to hang out if you'll have me.
Rob, how you doing? Are you is there a whip cracking in the distance?
No.
Okay, cool. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee.
Okay. So Linus, I think I had this story. Oh, are you peeing right now?
He's peeing.
Oh boy.
So Jarrett, the controls are really easy on this one.
I guess he's gone.
So Linus, earlier, like you're leaving Hollywood, but to me, like even though you've lived elsewhere, and I think I had this conversation with you. I told you, and it's so easy to legally change your name. And I think I told you should be just first name Linus, and then last name just all one word of Hollywood.
Yeah. You don't think I should do the of, like the middle name of?
No, just of Hollywood.
Of.
Linus, what's your last name of Hollywood? Didn't that roll, right?
There
You
was
like that?
for a while where you could like change your middle name to anything you want on your driver's license. Do you guys know about this at all?
No.
I don't think Texas played that game.
Yeah, I don't know. But remember Richard and Stephanie from Drive Through Records?
Yeah.
Stephanie changed her middle name to Simon LeBon, all one word, because she loves Duran Duran. So her license actually says Stephanie Simon LeBon Rain.
Yeah. So you should be just Linus. I don't know, would your parents get mad if you legally changed your name? Like,
Talk to them, so I don't think so.
Nobody really knows your real name. You're just Linus of Hollywood.
That's true.
So you should legally change your name to just Linus, and then all one word is your last name. No middle name. Fuck that middle name shit.
Yeah, that's
You're
true.
just Linus of Hollywood.
I'm into it. I'm going to start looking into that. It's about time.
Well, Jared, while you were gone, we had some compelling conversation about people changing their names and shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I guess in California you can change your middle name when you get your driver's license to whatever the fuck you want.
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
I was telling them that Richard and Stephanie from Drive Through, Stephanie changed her middle name to Simon LeBon. All one.
That is not me.
You remember how
People are blowing me up now.
It's not me.
All my friends don't know what I'm doing, and they just
remember
all night.
Mr. T? He'd be like, "My first name, Mister. My middle name is that little period. My last name is T. Mr. T."
He'll always be Clubber Lang to me.
So you are.
That was my favorite show as a kid. But anytime my parents gave me milk, I was like, I don't know. I don't know.
So Linus, if you ever do want to have your name legally changed, I am an ordained minister, and I can perform the whole ceremony.
I'm not sure that's the same thing, bud.
A ceremony, a name change ceremony?
Is there a name?
Yeah. I mean, some people will be that know you by your real name in your life may be traumatized, but I'll ease the gap. I'll help them cross the rainbow. You know,
I'm into it.
where they, like if they refer to you by your actual name you were born with and you're not uncomfortable with it, I'll
Rob,
be there for you.
just scratching your foot or reaching for a new beer?
Scratching my foot. How the hell did you know that?
I know you. We've hung out.
His foot.
Damn, you got my patterns dialed in.
Yeah.
I should have foot this morning.
No, I was just scratching my foot. I do still have the beers in the lunchbox, though.
Yeah.
I think it's time for a question.
Okay.
All right.
Somebody ask a compelling question.
You're up, Chris. What's your question?
No, I mean out of the comments.
Oh.
Let's go to the. I'm not answering your fucking questions, Rob.
I wanted
All right,
you
here's
to ask.
one. Can we get another cannonball?
I reckon we can.
Okay.
So earlier I left for a little bit. I lost about 5 pounds in liquid weight. Boy, I had to pee. I was in there for a
I'm
bit.
gonna go try that right now.
Ooh.
Do we get the cannonball thing going? There we go.
You got to point at it. You have to.
Cannonball screen. Oh, I just packed a new one. This is gonna be delicious.
Chris, do you know what Perry Grip's middle name is?
Cannonball.
No, I would like to.
His middle name is Pillsbury. I'm totally serious. That's his middle name.
That's incredible.
We're from California.
And not that I need another reason in this world to love Perry Grip. I love that motherfucker so much. But now I love him more. His middle name is Pillsbury.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
PPG.
Did he do that on his driver's license thing, or is that his given?
That's his given name. That's what he was born with.
That's incredible. Well, this cannonball is for Perry Grip. Perry Pillsbury Grip. Fuck. That rolls too. That's nice.
That was a good pun.
I hope he doesn't get mad at me for telling everybody that.
You hear it hit Pillsbury grip. It rolls.
That's a Perry Pillsbury grip cannonball. Who doesn't love Perry grip? I get mad. This is one of my rants I do. I outed you recently, Jarrett. But I get mad when people don't like some things. I get pissed. And even though they try to explain why they don't like it, I still don't care. I don't like that person.
Why did I get in trouble? What did I do?
Yeah, over pie.
Oh, pie. I don't like pie.
I know, but we're getting over it. We're working on it. But
No, we're not.
I actually, if somebody says, I don't like Perry grip, I'll go,
Who the fuck has ever
Perry
said
grip?
that before?
Oh, I know. I get mad at people that would say that, and I tell them, you don't fucking know Perry grip. If you know Perry grip, you would fucking love Perry grip.
Okay, nobody has ever
I
said.
don't like you because you don't like Perry grip.
Oh wait, here's a good question.
That's what I tell people that. Yeah,
Okay, you wanted to
I
take a
say when
question.
people that don't like pie, I get mad.
Yeah.
Lance is who is Lance, original drummer, up to these days? What is he up to? Lance is doing great. He's down in New Braunfels with his family and children who are growing quickly.
It's got like a private island down there somewhere.
Yeah. No, that's not true. That is not what. None of that is true at all. And so stop saying that.
So hey, actually, when we saw when we played in, was it San Antonio that he came to?
Yeah, he got to see me and you both puke before the show.
That's the story I was gonna have. So that's the first time I ever met him. That was the first time I ever met Lance. So in Lance's experience with the band Bowling for Soup, he's the original drummer. He knew every single guy that's ever been in the band. Gary before the band. I meet him, some guy he's never met who's in this band that he helped start. I'm like, hey, I'm Rob, nice to meet you, super nice guy. And I was so hungover, and Jarrett did this thing where if he eats 30 minutes before he play, he makes himself just throw up.
I don't make myself; it just happens. It's not a thing. I don't stick my fingers.
No, like that. It's like you literally mentally make yourself throw up.
I don't. Nobody has said that. That's not a thing. I just puke. I don't know.
Because the reason I say that way is because you literally say, "Okay, I'm gonna go throw up now," and the only reason.
Well, that's 100% accurate. But I have control over my vomit, as my bandmates will tell you.
I know.
I do have photos of Jarrett puking on the way into that show, and B, me and Rob hanging out in front of you puking, going like.
And it was about 23 seconds after I threw up on the other side.
Yeah, I didn't get my phone out quick enough to get you puking.
You knew shit was going down, so you got the phone out. But I was just like, really nice to meet this guy. Hey, Lance, so nice to meet you. What a guy. I'm going to go throw up outside next to Jarrett. and then we're going to go play this out.
And so, Rob, before you were the bass player of Bowling for Soup, you were actually the third drummer of Bowling for Soup.
I was the third drummer of Bowling for Soup.
No, you weren't. Hold on. In order to be
the third drummer.
stop it. In order to have a number, you have to be in the. Gary wasn't not in the band.
But isn't he on Wikipedia? Is he?
Maybe I was, and Rob just sucked too bad to actually finish the
artist credit for
if that needs to be fucking fixed because that's ridiculous.
No, I think it's under that thing we were talking about the last time where it says touring musicians. Remember thing? So there's no continuity break in the green bar or whatever color it is that Gary is in the band. There's no break in there.
Oh, and then you just go boop.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Didn't someone say Tyler's on there?
He is.
He's a touring musician.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did it. Guys, he made it.
James Stant's on there as a touring musician.
Who is?
James Stant as cello.
Oh, that's right.
Is credited.
You can go on your Wikipedia page and check the history, and you can see who has added and changed your information. So like Rob being the third drummer, if you look at the username, it'll probably say Bob Willisetti or something like that.
I still not
that guy.
personally have my own Wikipedia. I don't have my own personal Wikipedia.
That's not true. Are you sure?
I don't have my own. No.
That can't be. There's no way that that's true.
I'm out of the Wikipedia, man. It's sad.
I'm gonna look that up right now.
I'm not on Wikipedia.
I'm looking.
I have my own personal. Like you click on Chris Burney, it says, I don't think I have my own Wikipedia page.
Chris, you should do like 19 freaking cannonballs and just go write your own.
Hey, I could do that.
You can take Rob's account, Bob.
I could do that, Gary. But
I know you could. That's what I'm saying.
Dude,
but
okay, he really doesn't.
I'm not going to
make this a mission.
Wikipedia page.
We got to make this a mission. Somebody make him a Wikipedia page, and we will make it awesome.
You can have some fun with that.
Well, make me
Chris,
a Wikipedia page. And we'll blow it up on Twitter.
Hey, Chris Burney.
Yeah.
Chris Heskett is asking about your sister and my brother, so I'll go first.
Oh man,
Danny's doing great, and there's a very good chance he humped Chris's sister at a party.
Hey, see, Chris Heskett, I remember you, buddy. You were a high school legend.
What is that guy a legend for?
I know that he knows. I think Chris might have dated my sister.
Oh shit! Sorry, my brother went to that
Chris,
party.
I think you dated my sister, and you were a handsome, cool dude. We played basketball here and there. You were an awesome, cool dude. A little bit older than me. Cool dude. My sister's actually doing great. I don't know what you guys did. You'll probably fooled around a little bit, but she's retiring, and she's only like a couple of years older than myself. So she's doing good. I want to retire. If I could retire right fucking now, I'd retire. I'm out.
Hey, this is.
When are we gonna do that one show for like a bunch of money, and we all just retire?
Wales is the first place. He asked, would you guys ever come back to Wales? Wales is the first place we ever headlined an arena. So, of course, it's just on our last tour. We had just done an arena in Cardiff. So we did – oh, no, we didn't even do Bristol, did we?
We only did Cardiff. Yeah, we didn't do Bristol.
Yeah, so anyway, of course, we'll be back for show. Now, here's the thing for us. You guys want to just write the new record right now on here? I'm kidding. Should we just drink a lot?
Take a beat?
Yeah, when is there going to be another?
That's all I got. Boom, 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 boom.
When is there going to be a new Bowling for Soup record of all?
Well, we got to finish this greatest hits thing. We've got this covers commitment that we're doing. And then I'm thinking, well, here's the thing. So what I was thinking was, I had this idea. Oh, fuck.
I'm still opening it.
Like, you gotta fucking wait, dude. You're not.
Rob, calm down.
Go again.
In your hole, Gary.
Is this against the terms of service on Facebook to be drinking?
Shit.
Okay. So actually, before we get into the album thing, Jackie texted me from upstairs before, and she was like, before Chris did the first Cannonball.
Wait. You live together, but she just texted you from upstairs.
Yeah.
6 feet apart.
You're in trouble. You're fucked. Right?
6 feet apart, man. It's a pandemic. So she was like, "Hey, did Chris just do one of those Cannonball things?" I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "That's weed, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." She goes, "Okay." I had to take that down because she shared it from her Navy Facebook page.
Oh no! I'm gonna get Jackie in hot water.
No, she had to pull it before she would get in hot water.
I'm terrified of Jackie. She can kick the shit out of any of us.
Yeah.
Don't tell Jackie on me. I'm sorry.
Stick around here.
So here's the thing. So I had this all built up in my head. Me and Gary had this whole fucking year mapped out. Like it was perfect. It was
actually panning out really well.
It was perfect. Like we were gonna do this amount of shows every month, and here was gonna be the thing. It was just gonna be, and everything was gonna rotate just perfectly and all that. So my plan was, all right, so we're gonna get this thing out. We'll do download. Then we're not gonna tour this summer. So I'll write a record in the summer, and in the fall we'll do that. Then we do this, and then it'll come out next year. Well, now all of that's fucked because as soon as we can, we've got a tour.
Yeah.
Which wasn't the plan. But I don't know. I think probably it's time. I think it's time for another record. I'd love to do one. You know how last time I wanted to do the thing where we strip it back to like Drunk Enough to Dance and be like really just fucking very, very simple and shit. And then we just got lost in it. And Linus, you kept trying to reel me back in. You said you wanted to, nah, fuck that. I want to do this. But I think it would be cool to do one of those just fucking guitar, bass, drums, couple of candy things and just fucking go, and sing about shit that matters,
I mean, and we all agree that like Lunch Drunk Love was kind of that album that was like, it's the Pissed Off album.
Yeah.
But again, like it was like that. Just
it really was. Yeah.
I think that's the album where he got really good at banging out like 2 or 3 songs a day. So
that's actually a really good point. You know what? You're right. I actually fucked that description up. Lunch Drunk Love was the going back to this to recording that way and the simpler versions of songs, but it just obviously, the writing is from a more pissed off standpoint and all of that. So it would be fun to do a fun record like that, where we're all in good moods and like, hey, let's fucking sing about.
Like we had our Mad album. Let's make our little fucking super happy, Pickle album.
Well, I'd like to do one.
Yeah. Well, okay, you're in. How about that?
1, 2, 3, you're in.
Oh, all right, cool.
How about that? I'll tell you that much.
Hey, Linus, you're the tiebreaker. You're in.
What are you talking about?
We're gonna make a Pickle Tickle album.
It's fucking easier it's easier for Linus to reel it in than it is me. Like all he needs is direction, and he goes, "Okay, we're gonna do that." And then we get in there, and I'm like, "Well, wait a minute, we could build this, we could do this." He goes, "Okay, that's fine, but you're adding all of this shit onto this thing that you wanted to be this simple thing."
Right. Yeah. It's hard not to do.
It's fucking hard because we know how to do all that now, and we know what we have. But I guess we've made that record. I feel like Sorry for Partying had just so much on it. Like we just peel back the layers and just fucking make a goddamn punk record,
Man, yeah. I'll say about recording with Linus, I really do like it. And when I was like recording yesterday, like doing some vocals and stuff, I remember like kind of like listening to the bass parts I was doing it in there was 2 songs. So basically all the songs are just what was already done. But there were 2 songs where there's there's a new one and there's like a rework of something different, not to give too much away. But it's like, just something kind of like different going on, where I remember like going through the bass things. I remember I had like these kind of silly things going on. And in my mind at the time when I was putting it together, I'm like, well, that's kind of what it has to be. And you like blew my mind. I remember you saying like, what would the Eagles do? Remember that with that song? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
And then I listened to it going back, and I'm like, how did I ever think that the first thing I was doing could possibly have been right? And I was like, that's like the most thing where I was like, oh my God, like this guy knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
No,
you know what you're doing too, though.
No, but it's cool. It's cool to like hear it in retrospect, is what I'm saying. Like to actually hear it back and be like, oh my God, like this is way better. And it's cool to get that other perspective.
Dude, that first day that you guys had to do bass here at the daycare, and I just was like, I'm out.
Yeah.
Like, I was hungover as fuck. Like I have nothing to offer you. Like, y'all know how to turn the computer on. There's the bass guitar.
Yeah, that was it.
And I just came in. You guys, okay, we did it. All right, then let's go. Let's do it.
It worked out pretty well because it was the day after we did all the other stuff, and you're just like I can't even sit up here.
Yeah. Remember we went out. You
I know exactly what we did.
Linus was good because
wasn't that birthday week?
Huh?
That was birthday week, wasn't it?
That was birthday week. Yeah.
Yeah.
What song were you doing?
It was when we were doing all of the covers. The first round of cover songs.
Oh, okay.
They were already out. It was basically all the ones that we did.
Yeah.
And it was like, we kind of just banged through those. I remember there was one thing.
The first one was basically Gary just did drums, right? Like it wasn't. We didn't build that stuff. The first round.
Why you gotta be talking shit about me, dog?
No, you're a machine, Gary. Yeah, that was like only like a day. I think a day or two.
Yeah, we didn't do that right. The thing that works the best is getting you
everybody.
Yeah.
Just getting this shit done.
Get the shit done. Because then we just wind up in places where we're like, okay, well, we're not ready to do this yet. And, then fucking putting shit off or whatever. Not the protagonist. I'm not the fucking evil guy.
No.
That's the answer.
That's the good guy. That's
You're the guy that that we're all waiting for in the studio to go, what are we going to get for lunch? That's your power in the studio. To be the first guy to first admit, I'm fucking hungry. Let's get some fucking lunch.
Well, that is true.
Do you remember the day that we all ordered lunch and Gary was out in the live room like playing drums all day, and then he comes in and we're all eating and we realized that we forgot to get him lunch.
Yeah.
And he was like the only one doing anything.
We even had
Which day was that?
dude, we even had guests that day who we fed. Like I'm not sure if that was like the
Oh
when
man,
Tim was in here earlier, but like
There's a whole thing called getting garried, and
it's a real thing.
faceted. But that's a big part of it. Is like, oh, we just forgot to order for Gary. A lot of the times it's I'm at the restaurant and I do order, and then everyone's food shows up and they're like, okay, you guys good? We'll see you later. I'm like, I haven't got mine yet. And like, I'm screwed on food all the time. It's fine. It's just part of the universe.
It's called getting Gary.
That's because you're so easygoing and go with the flow. So
also screwed on food is a great name for an album.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not bad.
that is pretty good. And this is recorded, so we have the trademark. I'm an ordained minister. That is our shit now.
You got a lot of powers with this ordained thing.
Screwed over food.
this show be archived somewhere. People can watch it like forever.
This will be on our Facebook Live and on our YouTube forever. Yeah.
They'll probably see this shit in outer space. Like aliens will see this show.
We have been #1 in space before. That is true.
I thought you'd appreciate this, Linus.
Oh yeah, I love some Yingling.
I know you do.
I'm drinking some California beer.
5, I know it's your jam. Oh, the Deli Rots. I love that.
I'm beaming Diet Coke.
I need to get some more koozies. I don't have any koozies anymore. I remember
I
back
have
in
a
the day.
fucking drawer. I don't really wouldn't consider myself much of a hoarder or anything, but I have a whole drawer full of koozies. And I just can't throw them away. Gary, if I ever have to, does this bring you joy? My koozies bring me joy. I have koozies. I'll pull one out and go, I remember back when that was my tour koozie back in the day. I got a drawer full.
You've done the Marie Kondo bring you joy, get rid of shit, right?
Yeah.
Pretty crazy. I mean, like Anik and I just started doing the closet like last weekend, right?
Right.
Going through our closet, and we've only done clothes. We haven't got to like all the other shit. But I mean, it's a pretty crazy process of, you start and it's this mound of stuff that you're looking at and you're kind of overwhelmed, and it makes you realize how much shit you do have. And then you start going through it. And at the beginning, you maybe are keeping more than you should. And then like, there's a lot of mental stuff that actually goes on with it. So at the end, you're like, does this really bring me joy? And so you start getting rid of it. But then you have this mound of stuff that's in the keep pile, but you have to get it back in the closet.
Right.
And so going back to the closet, you've trained yourself of how to qualify things, if you will.
Right.
And so then you're taking shit that's from the keep pile, going back into the closet, and you're like, you know what? Maybe I'm not going to keep this. And then you start thinking about like, well, when I go back out into the real world and start buying shit again, I'm going to act differently. Like it's incredible. It's a really cool method.
And then about 2 months later, you'll go, God damn it! I put that wrong. I threw the wrong shit away.
Yeah.
I go,
No,
oh,
what happens is
Yeah.
Amazon fucking happens, and then you're just buying shit you don't need again, and it's
while I'm doing this, I'm buying shit on Amazon, but
Yeah.
like I'm buying shit that I need now instead of saving
Mm-hmm.
on to shit that's been stuck away that I just can't bring myself to get rid of.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah. I'm since I'm about to move, the first thing I'm doing before I start packing is I'm getting rid of it again. And I went in my, like, I have a really small closet that's like right by the bathroom in my hallway, and it only has like 4 shelves, and I ended up cleaning out 4 garbage bags full of stuff just out of this
It's
tiny
insane how much shit you pull out. Like just the on the other side of this door is like the other section of the basement, and like I was like, oh, I'm gonna tidy this up today, and it took me like 4 hours just lugging shit out. Like I was literally down there like sawing stuff with a fucking hacksaw, like to like get in the garbage can. I'm like, how did this much stuff in here?
Yeah.
You're like less than a year.
Also, what sucks now because of the Corona thing is everything is like, everything's closed down. So like I had all these like T-shirts and books and stuff that I would normally donate, but there's like nowhere to take them. So I just
So there's a couple of donation places that they're obviously still taking donations where we are, but they've changed some of the stuff that they will take, and like how you drop it off is different.
Yeah. Crazy, man. Con Marine. Well, yeah, you realize all the shit you don't need. Like I remember I used to have a whole drawer full of like manuals for like electronic equipment and stuff, and you can look all that shit up online now, so you don't need any of that stuff.
Yeah,
just right out. I had a whole like crate full of like firewire cables and shit that like I don't even use anymore. Like I don't need 300 firewire cables. I save 2 of them and I'll throw them all. Rest of them.
I did the same thing for like tech, like phones or cameras or my like different shit that I have. I'll save the box. I'm like, oh, someday I'll sell this, and like I'll want the original box.
Right.
Well, it's a 5-year-old thing. No one cares about the original. But let's get rid of the box.
So a serious question. So I have 2 of those, like fucking like huge boxes full of just those random cables.
How many computers do you still have that sitting around? You always got like, I'll be like, oh, I'm not gonna get a new computer. You'll be like, man, I got like these 2 computers that are just sitting around.
That is not a thing. I have my laptop and my computer, and then like I don't even have a computer in my office anymore.
You used to have several different.
Back in the day, you didn't. Your laptop couldn't do everything. You had to have a computer in here. Like I had 2 computers in my studio when I lived in Highland Village, because I had one where you could like do email and shit, and I had one where you could do this, and a laptop. You didn't. I never even took it in there.
And and we're Apple people. And
yeah.
Like basically, and especially in music, how many people trust on their Apple laptop? Like, yeah, it's kind of changed the way the whole music biz, honestly.
Well, yeah, for sure.
So, yeah. I getting paid by Apple to do this because I could use a new laptop.
No, we do not.
Well, I'm an Apple guy. I love
What were we talking about before the computer thing?
Oh, we're talking about how many MacBooks you have.
No, stop it. So how do I really just, do I need to go through that whole thing? Or since I haven't been in there in so long, I just dump it and say, if I ever need one, I'll go buy it.
I think the question is, why are you saving them? Are you saving them because maybe I need this in the crazy situation?
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, I need this, right? Okay, yeah. So I would go through that, and if it's like something specialized where, okay, I really need it for this one thing and I can never find it again, maybe save it. But if it's not so special, get rid of it, because A, are you really gonna need it? Right. And B, if you do need it, Amazon can get it to you tomorrow. Yeah. Do you want to hang on to all this junk just for if this crazy situation,
So the answer to my question is yes, I have to go through it all. I have to go and say this only fits this old camera, that the only way I can get these videos off that is by this cable. Right here.
Yeah. Yeah, in that case, keep it. But like in my case, I had like a whole crate full of, 400 to 800 firewire cables and shit like that. Like you keep one or two of those and throw the rest of them away. And it's like, you know what
Right. You can like exponentially reduce the amount by what Linus just said.
Right. You just take the 2 hours that it takes to do that. You just do it, right? Like,
I mean, we're in the middle of a pandemic where you can't leave your house. You can probably find that 2 hours.
yeah. Well, guess what? I'm hanging out with you guys. I ain't got no time for that shit.
Well, okay.
But you're right. Like, that'd be a thing that I could do. Like, hey, I'm going to take my lunch break and fucking sort through cables,
Yeah, I already went to my closet already and got rid of some shit. It's like, I'm not going to wear this. Yeah, and I can't donate it right now. So, like, and plus, like, who's going to wear my shitty old clothes? So, yeah, I did a small bag and got rid of some shit that I'm not going to wear anymore.
It's cathartic. Once you start getting into it and you're really aggressive about throwing stuff out, it actually feels really good.
Yeah.
I do like finding stuff a good home. Like a few years ago, I used to have this badass console stereo, and I didn't have room for it anymore. And so I just texted around my friends like, anybody want this badass console stereo? It's like late 60s, built in a nice cabinet. And I just gave it to one of my friends. Like, they had to come pick it up. I wasn't going to pick it up.
Hey, Chris, Anika's right, actually. If you have anything that's ever been in a video.
I find good homes for old things.
What?
Yeah, I kind of find good homes for old things.
No, if you have clothes that you've like worn in videos and shit, you need to keep that.
Oh, I don't throw that shit away.
Put it on eBay if you want to get rid of it.
I got like 3 boxes of Bowling Pursuit shit. More than that, I got and boxes. Yeah, I've got boxes of Bowling Pursuit stuff.
What about the Moo after all this is over?
Well, the Moo, I recently realized our first big time to be on a magazine cover was on Kerrang.
Yeah,
I'm wearing this on the Kerrang album cover, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, we were all dressed up as old women.
Yeah, bag ladies doing laundry.
Yeah.
I left my hoodie over at the Dolly Rod's house one time, and they put it up on eBay. Like as a joke.
Did it sell?
Well, I got it. I needed it back, so I got it back, and they just took down the ad. But it was really funny. We put it on eBay. It was fucking there.
So Linus, from the Marie Kondo getting rid of shit kind of idea. I mean, clothes are one thing, and there's books and paper and all that. I get it, right? But then you get to the just the random shit, and I've got so much stuff like from being in the band or whatever that all the sentimental stuff. Did you have a hard time with that, or I mean, how did that go for you?
Well, I'm personally not super sentimental, and a lot of like my stuff that I have is just like on the computer, or I can find it on the web or whatever if I want to look at old pictures and stuff like that. So I definitely have like some little pictures and stuff, but like my ex, for instance, she had a lot of tchotchkes, and she had like stuffed animals and just stuff, but she really liked that. So then it doesn't become clutter. You sort of refocus your brain to go like, well, that's not clutter anymore. That's like stuff that's bringing one of us joy. You know what I mean? So it really just depends on if you have a lot of little things that you look at and you're like, oh, that reminds me of this, and that brings you joy, then that qualifies as something that you should keep, even though someone might consider it clutter. It's like still functional, still bringing you joy.
Where I'm running into trouble is it's like I've got Warped Tour 2013 windbreakers, it's like, I'm probably not going to wear that, but like, holy shit, that's super sentimental. And like, it does bring me joy. I'm not going to wear it. Like, where do I keep that? That's the kind of stuff that I run into. It's not, I don't have all the tchotchkes. I can get rid of that stuff real easy. But there are certain things like that.
Yeah. I do still have a couple of cans from, 2002 and 2003.
I do.
Or the Warped Tour water.
Well, I do.
I've got those. Remember the Jones sodas? I've got the Jones sodas that they did at BFS. I mean, that brings me joy. I get it. It's on my shelf. But like, then there's the bigger things. It's like, I've got, hoodies or this or that. Like, I'm not going to wear this one. I'm not going to wear this windbreaker, but it does bring me joy and I want to keep it. What do I do with those?
I think it's finding a place for it. Like I have like under my bed, I have it's almost like a giant Tupperware thing, but it's like super like short and long.
Yeah.
And I have some stuff like I wore like a Houston Rockets jersey in the Puff Daddy video I was in like 20 years ago or 20 something years ago. And like, I'm never going to ever wear it, but I don't want to throw it away. So you just find like a place that, you might be able to get like a storage space or something, or if you have like an extra room in the house or something, you could create like a little museum or something. When people come over, they can walk through and you can show people shit. That would be cool too.
And also,
you had that problem too of like, here's items that I've got no reason to keep this except for like this, and you're still going to keep it,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that, but I think that's the whole process. Is because I just had a bunch of stuff that like I'm like, I have this shirt and it reminds me of this, but I can just remember that or whatever. But there's some things you're like, I want to be able to look at this when I'm 80 and just go like, yeah, and you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Isn't there something
look
though
into the future and see like, oh, when I'm older, will this like be of value?
So in the whole thing, aren't you supposed to be able to just like, hey, I'm going to take a photo of that, and now I've got a photo of it, and now I can go? Because
I don't think that's the actual process. I think that's like the hack that people have come up with, right?
Oh, okay.
That's the 2015 plus digital hack of the process, right?
Got it.
Yeah.
I mean, because I still have drumsticks from high school with like the tape on them from when I was in marching band. Like.
That's a good hack. I mean, there's plenty of things that, hey, taking a photo of this and then I can create on my computer, on my Google Drive, like I can create that memory lane folder and like, hey, then I've got the photo and okay, then I don't feel like it's gone forever. But then there's other things that just, I don't know if I can move it along.
Yeah. Like, Jared, you might want to be able to pick up that drumstick and just kind of look at it and be like, yeah, I remember. I don't know. Sometimes
I do. I mean, I don't know. It's fun to go through that, but I mean, I have my my band shirts. Like the stupid polo we had to wear on band trips, and then I was an officer, and so I've got that stuff. But that seems silly. All of it seems silly.
Everyone has their own different things. Like to me, that is something I could take a photo of. I don't know why, for some reason, other things aren't. And I'm not trying to say it's something that you couldn't take a photo of. Like we all play by our own rules, right? Yeah. And that's the process is you figure out where it makes, where you're comfortable. The digital hack of can you take a photo and save it somewhere else? That's a great hack, but you've got to figure out what works for you. And I've got to figure out what works for me.
Well, we're not going to do it on this hangout. Let's do that.
Go through the rest of my stuff on this.
Hey, Jared, remember the Jack Spade bag we got for the Gilligan's Island thing?
What?
So the orange Jack Spade bag that we got for doing.
Oh, sure. Island. Yes. Yeah.
I rocked that. I rocked with a man purse like for years. I rocked that shit.
Yeah.
iPad in there and all my stuff, my headphones.
And what happened?
And after years of service, the seam started ripping down the side, and I don't know. I think I went to your house to. I don't know.
I said, I go, Chris. I fucking have that because I keep all those stupid bags.
Yeah,
so many bags.
It was brand spanking new.
Brand new. Never fucking
still rocking. So that one actually started to rip, and I remember how I was the band seamstress for years. Your T-shirt would rip. I always had needle and thread. I sewed people's shit up. So I actually fixed my original one by sewing it back up. When this one started to rip, boom, I reinforced the shit out of it. So now I have two. Well, that was four. So yeah, that's four. I have two bags. So that was shit you were willing to part with that I still use.
Yeah, no, and I had a whole Tupperware thing, the thing that Linus is talking about, full of like that. We got bags from MLS, and we got bags from this and this.
I still have Justified over here. Justified's my dog's dog.
I have worn Justified out.
I said my dog's dog.
Yeah, you did.
They're talking about White Claw in the chat room.
Yeah, well, so Gary's wife.
So you were talking about your Puff Daddy shirt. Is it cool if you shared a Puff Daddy story? Maybe the symbol on it, maybe?
You guys have heard a lot of my Puff Daddy stories.
Well, I think also people are being entertained by it. The thing is that it's so weird to me that, and just even if you just gave the background of what it is that you did for Puff Daddy, because just the fact that he was in it, you were doing that at a time where he was with J-Lo, and like J-Lo would just be sitting on his lap and he'd be telling you instructions. I mean, just an overview of that would be super interesting, I think, for the listeners.
Oh man, I don't know where to start. Well, basically, so when I was in size 14, our manager managed this other band called Fuzz Bubble, who is a really great band. Actually, they sound like Cheap Trick, or they're a total rock power pop band. For some reason, Puffy decided he wanted a rock band, so he signed this band to the Bad Boy. So my manager kind of got in that world.
Oh, you bored Chris.
What's that? Yeah, he's out of here.
I'm gonna make a drink. I know this whole fucking story.
So anyway, so there was some song that was there was a song called "It's All About the Benjamins," and he wanted to do a rock remix of it. So my manager said, "Oh, you should submit a riff." So I submitted a riff, and they basically handed Puff Daddy a CD with a bunch of people's riffs, and on this CD was like Rob Zombie and like Foo Fighters, like all these big bands were submitting riffs to do this rock remix, and Puffy ended up picking a couple of them, and one of them was mine. And since I was the like new person and I wasn't as well known as a lot of the other people, he started hiring me to do like all of his like rock remixes. So like for 2 years, he would just fly me out. This is like when he was like, this was that summer when it was like Mace and Biggie and all, all those people were like top of the charts. So I was living in some shitty 1-bedroom apartment, and he would send a limo to pick me up. My neighbors are like, "What's going on?" And I'd fly out to New York, and he'd put me up in some fancy hotel. I mean, I was like, this was 1999, so I was 26 or 25 or 26. I was just like, whoa, this is crazy. And he was pretty much the biggest artist at that time. So yeah, for like 2 years, I ended up working for him, and through that, I ended up playing on like Lil Kim's albums and Old Dirty Bastard. And so like my discography has all these like R&B credits, which is probably pretty confusing to people who know my stuff now. They're like, "Oh, we played on all those records." But yeah, it's pretty funny being in that world. Like I have some pretty funny stories of him. Like, I don't know if I could tell some of them here, but
I mean, just the fact that like he called you Guitar Man and shit,
Yeah,
like,
he called me. He's like, "Yo, I need Guitar Man." Well, there's one funny story. Like he didn't really know a lot about rock, even though he wanted to do. I don't know where he got the idea to do these rock remixes, but he did them, and it was all a bunch of nerdy white guys working on them. It was me, and there was this guy named Michael Patterson who did like he mixed Beck, Midnight Vultures, and he now works for Trent Reznor. He's like this like gnarly dude, but it was me and him, and Paul Logus was working there, the guy that masters Bowling for Soup now, and we're just all these like nerdy white guys working there, and so we'd be working on these like heavy duty rock remixes, and he would kind of come in like around 11 or 12 at night in his sweatpants, and he would just like listen to what we did, and he'd either be like, which means we had to like do it all over again, or he'd be like, or he'd be like, yeah, and then he would just be like, put a symbol on it, and then he would like leave, and then so we would just like put a symbol sample, just stuff like that. But it was fun.
I remember hearing the put a symbol on a story like a bunch of times. Like the joke like was around before I even knew you, like before I even knew you, Linus. So like these guys are always saying like put a symbol on, and I was like I didn't really get the context until we were like you and I actually got to like do studio time with you and like really hang and stuff.
Yeah.
And I remember we were working on a song like all of us, which had like some sort of let's call it a hip hop part or something. And I remember saying like everyone's throwing their ideas out there. I was like, oh, maybe we wouldn't do a symbol there. And like the actual joke was like, no, you would, because put a symbol on it.
Yeah, that's my favorite. The put a symbol. Well, there's many other ones. So it's hard to judge.
Well, the Dave
but I love to put a symbol on it. Yeah.
Well, so he didn't.
That just means it's fucking done.
He didn't really know my name for like the first year I was working for him. I mean, he knew it, but he just called me Guitar Man. And so
Gary calls me still.
Rick Nielsen.
He called my manager one time, and he
called me Guitar Man.
He called my manager one time, and he goes, "Yo, I need another rock remix. How can I get Guitar Man out here?" And my manager goes, "Oh, no problem, Puff. You know, we'll just put him on a plane. All he needs is a Marshall, and he's good to go." And Puffy goes, "Marshall? Who's Marshall? I just need Guitar Man." He didn't know what a Marshall stack was.
Oh boy.
So Marshall, who's Marshall?
Oh, Jared's all by himself. Whoa. Are we having monkey time? Is this monkey time?
Yeah.
I'll get Wally in on the monkey time. It's monkey time. It's monkey time. Throw me wiener.
Oh yeah.
Oh, throw me wiener, Louie. Doggy wiener right here. Mm. Yeah. Oh, he likes it.
Gary, we gotta.
He's not completely naked. He's wearing a collar.
I've got a dog, but I'm not gonna go get him. Maybe I should crack a new beer.
I need another beer too.
Gary. No Gary Wiener.
I could bring my dogs in, but they would probably fuck up the whole thing.
Yeah, right.
No, they're fine. They're calm.
You missed Louie and Wally just splashed their wieners.
Now I'm gonna take this shit off.
Doggy dicks. We're gonna get just for having doggy dicks.
Our show has gotten so German.
Hey-o. I love fish sticks.
I'm gonna get another beer too.
All right. Guys, ask us another question you would like. If you have something for Linus, go ahead and ask it. If you have something for Chris, now's a good time.
Somebody just asked me why I don't wear glasses. So I think I didn't have to wear glasses when I wore glasses, but I just like the way they felt. Now I actually need glasses, and I don't wear glasses.
Yeah.
We've been talking for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
You went and got your fucking glasses. I still haven't gotten them.
Yeah, and I honestly, man, it's weird how.
All I got to do is drive to Durant, Oklahoma.
But it's a thing because you're still Indian and I'm not. Sucks.
Or I can just go to Walmart and get them for cheap.
Walmarts.
Yeah.
No, I
just need
to. It's so weird because I didn't realize how bad I needed them until I got them, and it sucks because why? Because Jarrett, why are you wear glasses? I don't know, because I can't fucking see.
And just 4 or 5 years ago,
with proper English that was.
Look, here's the thing. Like, I can actually see far away. Like driving, signs, all that is great. Watching television is fine.
Night driving is bad for me.
That's a whole nother thing. So Casey and David Dooley have that, but I could not see like reading a label or any of this or something super close to me. And I didn't realize how bad it was until I got glasses, and then I had them for 2 months, and then everything adjusted. And now I literally cannot function without them. I mean, I can't see my phone. If
I need them.
Get to the toilet with my phone, and it's like not having my phone because I don't have my fucking glasses.
Your eyes won't adjust. Yeah.
No, they don't see anything.
It takes me a minute when I wake over to, I wake up and I roll over to, and I get my phone and I click on it to see what I go to see what time it is. And it just blows my eyes up. It's like the light hits my eyes. I'm like, shit. And then I have to what time is it?
Marco, Malina.
God damn it, Marco.
It's like the Brady Bunch now. We can all look.
You're so handsome throughout all this.
Yeah, is that line?
You just look good.
Hi, guys.
You're a good looking dude.
Hey, buddy. Say
How
hey
you
to
doing,
Linus.
Marco?
Hi, Linus.
Hi, Marco. My beard isn't very red today. Sorry. Remember when
Marco took the original "My Beard Is Too Red" photos
Yes, he did.
when Linus had no idea how red his beard was, and then he got on national TV and discovered that his beard was actually that color,
Yeah, the reddest.
the reddest of all time.
It looks good though. I saw you, Linus. You posted your Hulu cover not too long ago.
Back when I was famous.
Yeah, that was great.
Times.
Now, so Marco, how's everything going for you? Now, if you guys don't know, Marco is our merch, also do everything guy, and our bartender, and
Today is his birthday.
and today is his birthday. Now,
He has a twin sister as well.
now, how are you doing? How are you holding up? How's the wife, kids, all that stuff?
We're good. Everyone's good. The baby's crying actually, but we're good for the most part. We had some bad weather come through Louisiana, not too on Easter.
Yeah, it's tornado season now in the South. You know.
Thankfully, it wasn't really close to us. So, but yeah, it's been it's good. I mean, we're just making it one day at a time.
Yeah, and kids functioning all right. And now, is Melissa still having to go to work?
Yeah, so she's back to work. She's only working like 2 or 3 days a week though, so it's not too bad. And then I'll take a couple of days off work. I'm teleworking, but easy stuff.
Yeah, you're not allowed to be back in our band until all this is over.
Yeah,
the government said so.
I can't even come into Texas.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. So
Me and Marco currently hold the world record of watching the most King of Queens episodes per day.
That's a good show.
It's a great show.
That's all we do.
King of Queens, my wife and I watch this all the time. There's plenty of times where, like, I'm Kevin James and my wife is Leah Remini, and there's plenty of times where I'm Leah Remini and she's Kevin James. There's times where we've been in an argument, turned on the TV, and watched that show, and they're having the argument that we just had, right? So one time on our tour bus, that show was on, and I came in the front lounge and I sat down, and Kelly and Lewis of the Dolly Rots were in the front lounge too, and they're like, "We just don't like the show that much. They're so hateful to each other."
Right.
Yeah, they don't get along very well, I guess. That's me and my wife.
Oh, Gary, me and you had a conversation about that show. Remember, and it was like kind of our favorite burn that she did. She called him Fatty McButterpants.
Butterpants. It's a great one.
Fatty McButterpants.
Yeah.
Fucking Kevin James. And fucking with some Scientologist, whatever.
right.
But she was a Scientologist when she was making that show.
Yeah, she's like the anti-Scientologist charge, though, right?
Her whole thing where she was like basically renouncing it and like calling them out and shit, and like doing her whole like rounds.
Well, she did a show about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild.
But yeah, that to me, like in a TV show, like, and we talked about that, Gary. Fatty McButterpants.
Who just farted? Who was it?
So Gary,
Was that a fart?
Gary. So yesterday,
Marco, did you fart?
I didn't.
One of you guys did. I heard it.
I heard that too, but that I swear to on a stack of Bibles it wasn't me.
One of you dudes did it. I heard it.
Chris, did you fart?
I did not fart.
Linus of Hollywood.
It came through my computer. I heard. I can actually smell it through my USB port.
Rob, you farted. Do it.
I tell you, always.
Wally's not a farter. He's not a farter.
Thing. I think Colonel Bernie did it in the billiards room with the wrench.
No way.
That was a Clue joke. You know the game Clue?
Heard of it, yeah.
I keep my asshole on lockdown. I know what comes in and out of it.
Now, so Marco, how is everything in Louisiana? Now, people weren't taking it seriously for a long time. You guys, obviously, it's hitting the state really hard. Are you seeing that, like when you're out, like trying to go to the grocery store and shit, or are people starting to fucking figure it
out? I think people are figuring it out, but man, I really don't know. It's just every time.
Oh,
okay.
It's almost up.
Oh, Rob.
It's off.
Every time we
okay.
we have a governor speak, he says that we're like failing terribly. You know, we have like terrible ratings and stuff. And we now have the most tests per capita, apparently, in the U.S. here.
Oh, really?
We did it.
Yeah.
Hey, I heard that again.
I live next to New York City. This shit's weird here. Anytime I have to go out and I see I'm from New York. I mean, that was forever ago, but every time I'm out now, like doing anything, and I see like New York cars come through, I'm like, fucking yellow taggers.
Because Mardi Gras started a hot spot there.
Yeah,
in New Orleans, definitely. And we did the Mardi Gras show in Galveston, and we were all. I was worried as fuck. I wasn't worried when we got back from the UK, but after we got back from Galveston, I was like, oh my god, like, yeah, because Mardi Gras spread. And in Galveston, both were like cruise hubs as well.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, we played.
I was super worried coming after those shows.
Here's the thing. I'm not speculating, but I got dog sick driving back from Galveston.
Yeah, you did.
I stayed in y'all's room that night because I was gonna drive home and then I just couldn't because I was dead.
We got Whataburger. You went back. You felt like shit. You took a nap and you were like, I gotta bounce, and you just didn't seem good.
By the time I got home, I stayed in bed for 2 days. I literally did not get up and I didn't eat. I was just done for. Again, I don't know, but
no, you weren't feeling hot. You have you weren't even drinking that night. Like we got back to that hotel, right? We grabbed Whataburger in, and you were like, that was the show where I dumped the beer on that kid's head.
That show is either the greatest show we've ever played in our entire lives, or the worst fucking show of all time.
There's no possible way that they could be either of those two.
Yeah.
That was a fucking great show. Rob,
it was great. But honestly, wasn't it so surreal? All right, so here, this is really fucking true.
Linus, listen.
Somebody parked an RV. They put Bowling for Soup on their RV and got to park it backstage.
Not only that, they got to park in our parking spot.
They were basically.
Where was our dressing room? It was like, there was.
And so we show up and they're like, hey guys, right back here. And we go up onto this RV and there's dogs and people asleep in there and shit. And it was just like a dude that knew us back in the day.
So if you want to get backstage at the Metallica show, just write Metallica on an RV and they'll just wave you right in.
So basically,
it's the most brilliant way to do it. Somebody just put Bowling for Soup on an RV and parked it there. And we thought we were going to have this awesome dressing room, and we didn't.
We got up in there.
As a guy who got out of the Atari.
I took a nap in your car, Jarrett, and it saved my life.
What?
Remember you let me take a nap in your car?
Yeah.
It saved my life.
No, we got up into that thing and like instantly it was just like dog.
Y'all were drinking. Y'all went drinking.
And just,
I went and took a nap.
It like people have been living in there for a while.
Yeah.
We're like, yeah, y'all help yourselves. This is great. This is gonna be y'all's thing. And we're like, I'm not sure this is sanctioned.
And this is early. This is probably
unsanctioned.
You guys fucking just showed up and said, hey, we're gonna be Bowling for Soup's backstage in an RV, and then like we never went. It was fucking crazy.
And it wasn't even like it was close to showtime when this happened. This was like 10:30 in the morning.
Way early.
So we're like in Galveston.
Well, hold on. It wasn't 10:30 in the morning. We drove all the way there, dude.
Yeah, we drove.
We had to pick you up at like noon.
We stopped at
well, it wasn't
breakfast at McDonald's.
we stopped it somewhere
Now
else.
stop fucking it up, Rob. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
got
Christ, Rob.
And then that guy showed up.
we were waiting out by your car, and it was cold, and you were like, "Oops."
Basically,
I think I said to you, we're going to the car, and normally you'll hit the button on it, and me and Gary just sitting out there. Should we text him?
Oh,
And so I did text you, and you said, "Oops."
what was
told you
the
outside they
Why
clicked
was I? Was I in line or something? Or
Yeah, and I go, me and Gary are going to the car. Just click the button.
so
okay, I don't remember that.
Cool.
I
And we
think
walk
we
out
did-
there, and both me and Gary were standing there, and Gary got there first, and he just goes, "I tried it. It's locked." And then I popped the lock on it, and Gary just goes, "I told you, it's locked." And then we text you, and you just said, "Oops," and you did click the button
Yeah.
from inside. Yeah, you were supposed to do that.
Well, I didn't get that. I was doing
So
Navy.
that started the morning of this awesome show.
when we finally did get onto the stage, though, I remember Jarrett. I'll never forget this. Kind of half. You literally went for the first time ever. You went. I knew it. You're drunk because you always say you can never tell when I'm like drunk or not, and you're like, I know he's drunk, and then you went to that like talk back mic that we have on stage, and you went to everybody. You're like, everyone, Rob's drunk. I know it. He's drunk.
Hey,
Nobody can ever tell if Rob's drunk. We can only tell if you were drunk last night.
Right.
Gary. So before the show even happened, tell them about the meet and greet.
Go on.
Wait, hold on. I don't know if he wants to be put on the spot like that.
Well, I mean, we met a bunch of people, and it was great.
No,
We and
Right.
photos, and we were drinking.
You want to take the story of the ride to the meet and greet and
Oh, the ride was
Oh, that one. Oh, shit.
the
No.
but
Okay.
the ride after the meet and greet?
No. Okay. So that whole thing was awesome.
the ride was incredible.
Getting onto the ride sucked.
Like getting onto the ride.
No, when we were standing out there before we ever even and we didn't know what we were supposed to do. We're standing out there.
And the cop in charge of getting us there, what did he tell us? He said he had Let's Do It for Johnny on vinyl.
Yeah.
The dressing room, which was basically just an abandoned building. We left the dressing room and came down these stairs that we could have died walking down. And
He got out of
we get to this golf cart, and there's a police officer there with it wasn't a golf cart. It's one of those like
vehicle.
the hunting things. I mean, it's legit.
Yeah.
And anyways, he tells us, he goes, "Hey, I've been a fan for a long time. I've had Let's Do It on Johnny on vinyl. Been a fan for a long time."
Gary, if I may. So when he brought us to the place, he didn't really say any of that yet. He got us into this. It was like one of those mule things. It was like a
mule. That's it. Yeah.
He put me in charge of the noise.
Yeah.
Just to clear them out, and I'm like, I started to feel power. Like it really does have power. You have to get out of the way.
If you remember, he very cordially drove us to the meet and greet.
Yeah.
2 blocks away. He drove very calmly, and then when he got out is when he told you that the Let's Do It for Johnny is his favorite record, and he has it on vinyl.
No, he told us that right when we got in.
Yeah, right when we got in.
He did professionally drive us, and we had to go up a couple of curbs and this and that. It was weird. But he took us to the place we did the meet and greet. We went up. He was there with us. He protected us because that's his job. But then afterwards, we come down, and he saw that we were having fun at our meet and greet. We were goofing around and being jackasses like we are. And so he was showing off, and he was having a fun time for us. And so on the way from...
We were going to take it off the big curb, right?
And
the first one, he goes,
he hit trash cans. He ran over everything. It was the He would sneak up on people and then just hit the lights.
I was in charge of the lights. I was in charge of that. And he goes, "Ding them, man, get them." And he told me, he goes, "Look at their faces when you hit that and they turn around. Look at their faces." And I would, and these people were like, "Ah!" And he was like, "That's fun, right? That's fun."
Yeah, he was the best.
Dude. And he took us through all these weird alleyways. I think he actually hit somebody's truck, and he goes, "Oops, I'm a cop. I didn't see anything."
That 100% happened.
He sidestepped him, and it's because there was this it was coming off of that crazy.
You shouldn't have parked there, motherfucker.
Yep, that 100% happened. It
They
did.
have those high sidewalks there,
And they were parking illegally too. They weren't supposed to be in that little alley. And he backed their ass with a little bump on their bumper.
There were people walking across the entire alley, basically a whole family, linking arms, and he was blasting up behind him, just honking the horn. I remember I was laughing so hard, and Jericho, he nudges everyone. He goes, "First police escort."
If we ever get so famous that we need personal security, let's hire that fucking guy.
I just want to be neighbors with that guy. He was awesome.
Really, he's so cool.
Yeah.
We've had some good escorts. Remember the time we got stuck in an elevator?
Oh man.
Oh my goodness, Emily! Hi, Emily! Hi!
There it is.
Yeah.
Ah, that's the signal. Ah, that's the signal. Shit's gone wrong. I just said,
Cookies, apparently.
Emily, do you see? Look at Louie. Look at Louie. Puppy.
Is it a puppy? Hey, Emily, what's the dog say?
Oh,
Yeah. What's the dog say?
he's listening while he's like, "What the fuck?
Yeah.
Come on."
Look at that dog.
they
Oh.
call him Louie, king of the sea.
He's a seaworthy animal.
Hey, whose house is there a murder happening in right now?
That was mine.
My neighbors are totally getting chopped up right now, but whatever.
Yeah, okay.
Gary?
I mind my own business.
Sounds like some Dateline NBC shit going on over there.
Yeah.
That's all Jackie watches. One day, if I'm ever gone, all of a sudden,
Rob, my wife spent an entire 6 months to a year period of just watching Dateline and 60 Minutes of only chicks that murdered their husbands. And I'm like, why are you watching this? Have I made you mad? I apologize for anything that I ever did.
Yeah, that is all I listen to is true crime, and that's all. So if I'm home for a while,
Jared, do you only listen to true crime of singers that killed their drummer?
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
No, I've never heard that.
I'm not worried about you. You're fine.
Yeah, I get it.
That's
But
every.
I really do think I could. Really do think I could get away with a murder. I could. I know that I could.
Let's not talk about it here, and let's all.
Whoa.
oh hey,
Oh, I should tell you later. God damn. Okay, I'm gonna go pee.
Every episode is white people murdering a spouse. That's their entire plot for
that's the twist.
Yeah.
Not a twist.
Spouse murder. They should just call it spouse murder.
I thought the twist was
What I thought last night was actually the
a
guy.
lime wedge that you put on a glass.
Yeah.
Hey,
So Linus, if this shit turns into the apocalypse, and you have to eat your dog.
No, never.
Oh, totally, I wouldn't either. No way.
I would actually offer my
Bony, you're too bony.
Marco, what is that?
I totally. I don't know. Maybe I would cut off one of his shanks and he'd be a three-legged dog for a little bit.
What is going on?
There's a murder going on, and this is live. Oh my God, Marco!
Someone's either getting killed or getting shot.
Murdered in your house.
I'm gonna check to make sure everyone's alive.
Oh my God, this might become some major shit.
Someone's getting some good D over there.
Oh boy!
oh my lord!
Oh my God! Does Does Anik have a vibrator that's like you got battery?
Sorry, it's breaking up. I can't hear you.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear that. Nope. Anyway,
So think about it.
anyway, think about it.
Is it spin cycle on the washing machine?
Okay, so
What?
sometimes things don't get pointed out.
I think Marco.
And as I'm leaving this to go pee a minute ago,
I think Marco's.
Linus sets up this joke about like people murdering people, and then as I'm leaving the room, he just goes, instead of smash burger, they should call it spouse burger. And then wham! And I literally was laughing the whole way to the goddamn bathroom.
Did you pee yourself?
Oh, there he is.
Did you pee?
That's a funny joke.
Did some dribble out?
Am I breaking up? What's going on?
I think we're all concerned about the person getting murdered in Gary's neighborhood.
Also, by the way, I left and we had like 200 people. Now we're down to 88. What the fuck did you guys do?
88 people.
I think that was Chris.
Let me
God
fix
damn it, Chris.
That's what happens when you leave, Jared. You have the star power.
Let's build it back up, guys. Come on, let's go.
Come on.
Hey, Chris, go share our link somewhere and build it up.
Someone needs to take their shirt off.
I'll put it on my Snapchat, Gary.
Gotta chum the water. Not me.
Boom, boom. Hashtag what? Oh, awesome dudes hanging out. Party. Yeah.
I got it.
Oh, that's what I have on my Tinder.
Are y'all sharing it right now?
I'm doing it from the band.
Wait,
Oh,
wait.
yeah. What a great idea. Do it
That's
from
my
the-
job, remember?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
It said, who's feeling happy hours? Parentheses.
Well, yeah, now we're not in happy hour. This is like brunch.
No!
Brunch.
How dare you?
12:30.
Well, this is like brunch got fucked up.
12 hours.
From now on,
We've
it's
gone from
12:30.
happy hour to after hour, right? We should
No.
not call it brunch. Come on, guys.
No, it's only 9/11. Nothing ever happens at 9/11.
10-11. Oh, that's right.
Marco Molina.
Someone asked, "What is my favorite BFS
Is
song to
everything
work on?"
fine, Marco?
What? Oh,
We were
yeah.
concerned you left and we heard sounds of murder and death.
I think
Yeah,
they mean what was your first
What
your
was?
favorite?
I think the two memories that come to mind. Well, one would be "Sorry for Partying" in general, because that album was so insane. I just remember doing like the group vocals, like the gang vocals that we did, and just like the constant debauchery. And then we did that song, "Here's Your Freaking Song," and you were doing the vocals in LA, and that was the night we drank 72 beers.
Well, hold on. So I'm gonna back up for a second. So we wrote that song the day that we were tracking No Hablo Inglés, the vocal. So when we did No Hablo Inglés musically, it was here in Dallas,
Right.
and it was the day that Michael Jackson died.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
And then we went to go do the vocals, and we wrote "Here's Your Freaking Song." I was hungover, laying on the couch.
Yeah, we're in the lounge.
Yeah, and we wrote that song, and then that's the night that we drank 72 beers.
Yeah. Yeah, we started drinking at like 6 o'clock, and we kept going to the 7-Eleven and buying those like 18 packs, like over.
Yeah.
And we actually bought like a styrofoam cooler and put ice in it, and we tracked until 6 o'clock in the morning, and then the next day when we were like sort of assessing what had happened, we realized that we had 72 beers in one night. And I don't even think we were that drunk. We were a little drunk, but like that whole talking part at the end of "Here's Your Freaking Song" was like, that was recorded at like 5:30 or 6 in the morning.
Right.
So
Yeah.
those are fun memories.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I remember that.
Yeah, dude, you totally remember that. What's your best memory during making Drunk Enough to Dance, Rob?
Oh, man. So I think what I remember the most about that is my like 7th grade English class.
Yes,
We
Lucy,
did.
these songs are on different
Those days, Rob, were you embarrassed to be like on the skins instead of the shirt?
What's that?
Back when Drunk Enough to Dance was recorded.
Yeah.
Anthony Mongolia, by the way, guys, chiming in.
And
Happy birthday to his little one.
It's Mangina. It's Anthony Mangina.
Gianelli Anoia.
Gary.
Look that you have this like question. Dion Burkholder is at the bottom of the screen. Watch if I take off my glasses.
Yeah,
Really?
I forgot to take
put
that
them
off.
back on.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Who said that? I can't see.
Look, I'm him. Oh no, now it's Anik.
Sorry, I can't. Okay, guys, here's what they all want. Chris Burney. It's what they all want.
And I know Helen Ray, like she's a way better guitar player than me. She actually lived in Dubai and played guitar in Dubai. When did I get this gig?
Chris, I'm pretty sure he's a better guitar player.
I think I met Helen Ray in some, I think it was either Peterborough. It was some weird shit at an after party. And she's a cool person. She's a way better guitar player than me. She actually played guitar in Dubai. I don't know. So Helen Ray for you.
Is that a band? Dubai? Is that a band?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's a,
It's like a badass metal band.
It's a place. I was gonna go there, but the tickets were so expensive. I didn't want to buy them.
They'll buy them now. They're cheap.
I'm not going anywhere. Mark Zuckerberg is gonna ban this feed.
Helen Ray Cannonball. All right.
All right, y'all. We should pay tribute.
Are we doing one of these every like 2 minutes now?
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Yeah.
I was gonna try and be productive tonight.
So, like,
Oh,
like what are you going to go to bed early? What?
already?
Are we
It's-
really? Oh, man, come on. My wife just got on. I told her I didn't do shots anymore. Jesus Christ.
You don't. You just drink with your friends. God, why does everything have to be so complicated?
We're doing sips.
You're doing sips, a big sip.
Yeah. Shit,
Oh.
come on.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg sucks. Let's talk about him on his website.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, it's Jared. It's Damon.
What?
Uh-oh.
Actually, I think, listen,
Jared, not to cry.
there's nothing wrong with Mark Zuckerberg. Like, he gave us this awesome fucking thing to do, and wouldn't it be cool if it was on there? Stuff.
Is this like, so like now we're like, yeah, man, like Mark Zuckerberg is cool, man.
Yeah, dude. Isn't he Justin Timberlake? We know that guy.
He wears the same clothes every day. And it's so
I thought it was Jesse Eisenberg.
Oh, we definitely know that guy.
The Zombieland dude?
We
Yeah.
know Jesse Eisenberg because we were in a movie with him.
and also, him and Wes Craven were in the studio with us while we were doing this.
Well, and then Jesse Eisenberg was,
Here's where we fucked
he
up.
was instructed to stay away from us because we had
So
alcohol.
old, we thought he looked very young, and so we actually asked him first, like, because he wanted to drink beer with us, and we actually asked him if he was of age. I shit you not. And at the time during that, he was probably like 28 years old, and I think like we were like, I don't know, we're not going to drink with underage people in our studio. Oh, is this who's taking?
Well, go ahead, Chris. We're listening. Go ahead.
Is Linus going to shit in that trash can?
We're just making sure nothing happens over here. Go ahead.
Is Linus going to shit in that trash can? Are you going to shit in the trash can?
Size 14s, ladies. Size 14s.
There he is.
Remember during Sorry at Partying when you fell off the toilet mysteriously?
That was some of Jared's finest filmmaking.
That's what actually made good old stand-up bass Bernie a superstar.
Yeah, that's true.
Is that video.
Yeah.
That was a good series. I
If
remember.
anybody, can we still watch that on YouTube and all
Oh
that?
no, it's all back up now. Everything's back up.
Didn't our
it.
management Swin took that shit down because he thought it was
All right, so here's what happened. We got hired to do like 3 or 4 Intel shows, and they were these family-friendly things, and so they washed the internet of all of our dirty shit, but it's all back up there now.
Did we get that money? Did we get a deposit on that show?
We didn't get dick out of the whole thing. That's what I'm saying.
No. Is stand-up bass Bernie back on there?
Yeah, you're back on there, dude. We share that stuff all the time.
The Linus episode about falling off the toilet.
Yeah, it's one of the greatest episodes.
You know what? It's really super accurate. Like it's actually compelling video.
Yeah, that is my direction.
Did that get
That's the
nominated?
first video I ever edited my whole life, ever.
Yeah, you had just learned how to edit shit.
I was learning right then, actually. That's what I did.
But that whole episode of Linus falling off the toilet, I don't know which one it is. It might be number 2 or number 3 in that series.
Yeah.
But it's brilliant.
I think it's the first
Tag it
one.
right here. Can we tag it and put like the link to that video
I don't know.
across the screen?
Hey, everybody from Japan. How you guys doing? Thanks for joining us. If you have any questions for Linus, let us know. Here we go. Where's your favorite place to tour and play? We'll go around the room, starting with Rob. Go, Rob.
So how specific are we getting? So you know, just say like a country. You say like a city or place.
Yep.
So there'd be 2 answers to this: favorite place to be and favorite place to play. Whereas the show is fun or the city's fun. My favorite place to be, I think, is Melbourne, Australia. Best shows, I think, are in Manchester, England.
All right. And Chris, Bernie, you got an answer for that?
Oh boy.
Basically, the question is, what is your favorite place to tour, to play? Oh, wait, hold on. What did it say? Favorite place to tour to and play at?
Like the military shows we do. I mean, we've done military shows. We were at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and we've been on planes with like just any military show, honestly. And this is not like I'm not pandering. This is not pandering. But man, like being in Diego Garcia and eating, y'all went fishing. Oh boy. Anyway, like it's
All right.
military shows.
Hold on.
My
Let's go to
favorite actual.
All right. Let's go to Louie here.
Sorry, Louie is encroaching on Ziggy while she's eating and she's growling at him.
Ziggy. Ziggy.
Oh, they're still crying.
Sounds like they're beating a child.
Who's crying? Oh, there's a dog fight about their Hey, Eric, is this legal? Like dog fighting? I don't think this is legal. Oh my god. Is there gonna be bloodshed?
I got thrown out of my own stream.
Oh man. I think we
I can tell you this. I love touring pretty much everywhere in the world. I think we complain a lot about just being gone, but I think that goes with the territory of just, not being home and, missing home and all that. I think Japan is my favorite place to tour, but Manchester, England is my favorite place to play at.
It's always great.
Always great. That's what I got for you tonight. What I got for you tonight. All right.
Oh. Whoa.
Well, how you guys doing?
Switch the screen a little bit. Just fuck around with it.
It's fun. Whoa.
Oh, you made yourself big. Oh. Just the 3 of us. Where's Gary?
I think
Gary, did Gary leave the party?
Oh,
Gary has gone. Marco is gone. Hold on. Here's Linus.
Oh,
I'm back. Sorry, I had to feed the dogs.
Well, good job feeding the dogs, buddy.
You got to feed the dogs, man.
Mm-hmm.
They're my children's.
Yeah. Now, is there another question? Favorite festival show band to watch from the Wings?
what?
Jesus Christ, Jimmy. Favorite festival band to watch?
Just pick one question.
Oh, is he asking? Okay, so he's asking if there's a favorite festival show band to watch from the side of the stage.
I got mine right now.
Okay, go.
It was a download, and Phil was there with his band, and we were. I don't think we played until the next day. I think we had this whole day off, but it was watching Twisted Sister.
Yeah.
From side stage, and Phil showed up, and but we had like the spot. We got there early.
Yeah.
And all these people behind, like probably Matthew McConaughey was somewhere over there. I was sitting there, and we all had
we were on
He showed up with beers. We knew we were going to drink beer.
We were on D's guest list, so we got rushed to the front.
But we showed up when it started, and we were right there next to the monitor board, and we planned. We had plenty of beers. I was sitting there smoking a joint and shit. Just we were chilling.
Yeah.
So that's and watching fucking Twisted Sister and D. Snyder. God damn it, that guy.
But then
he's a good D. Snyder on the show.
I gotta tell you guys what happened next. You'll never hear this anywhere else. So we leave that show. I'm like, hey, D, come watch us in a bit. Whatever, blah blah blah. And so we're walking. Me and Chris, my wife. Who I don't know who else is there. And so here we go. And we walk by, and Phil is just sitting there with his band or whatever. And I go, well, we can't not do this. So I go, hey, Phil, will you get a picture with Chris really quick or whatever? He just goes, no.
Yeah. And it was by the porta potties behind.
And then he just goes, yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, okay. Whatever. And he stands up. And then they take a picture, and then he just fucking headbutts Chris like this.
And that was cool. I had a download one time. Remember, I wanted Kerry King to punch me in the face.
Well, that's a completely different story, different day. But
and
yeah,
I wanted. He backed out, and because I don't know, like, and honestly, like, I was just. Wouldn't it be cool, like, if I could say that, like, Kerry King punched me in the face?
Yeah, he wasn't going to go for it. He wasn't,
and I was trying to tell him, like, no harm, no foul.
Yeah,
I did. And by the way, I was there with Corey Taylor and Randy Blythe in Germany. Took me backstage. It was Kerry King's birthday. We were playing Rock Am Ring, and Corey Taylor and Randy Blythe. And I already told them how much that, like, I fucking love Slayer. And they're like, well, it's Kerry King's birthday. He's gonna do Jaeger shots. So I did. I took Jaeger shots with Kerry King on his fucking birthday in Germany. Thanks to Corey Taylor and to Randy Blythe for getting me into that party, because I was just outside peeing my pants.
Hey, Linus, I wonder have you ever found yourself, like, so all of us, we have all these stories of just finding ourselves in insane situations. Like I came back, we have some folks in here from Japan, and we were doing Punk Spring in Japan. And I came back to our dressing room, and we had just done this song with Tim Armstrong for Scooby-Doo. And I was fucking, we're all rancid kids and, yada. Anyway, so he had come in while we were playing and split a bottle of wine with Dave, because Dave had a bottle opener or whatever, and they just hung out and shit.
Mm.
I was fucking pissed. Like, why wouldn't you go, hey, man, like, come back over here later and talk to Jarrett and Chris and shit, and we'll all hang out and get photos and stuff. Anyway, we didn't get any of that. I wonder if you've ever been, like, in a situation like, have you ever met the dude from Delamitri, who I know you really, really respect?
Mm-hmm.
And what was that like?
No, I never met him. I mean, a guy that has played on a bunch of my records was playing with him, so I could have, but like I kind of didn't want to. Have you ever had the thing where like you like someone so much that you'd rather not meet them?
100%. Yeah.
It's not that I don't think he would be a dick. He actually started following me on Twitter, and I was like, I turned into like an 8-year-old. I'm like, oh my god, he's following me, or whatever.
Right.
And I can tell he's really cool, and I would totally get along with him. But I almost don't want him to be human. You know what I mean? Like,
is he the guy then? Because I mean, like, I feel like with you, just because of the world that you've settled into, you tend to get like all of these hair metal guys that we used to think were the shit. And obviously we still do that. I'm not saying used to. I'm just saying that like when I got into a conversation with Tony Harnell
right.
on your thread, like I'm shitting my pants, and you're like, I just saw that guy play at this fucking hotel pool the other day.
Right. Yeah.
You know, I mean, is there ever a time when you're like, okay, first of all, two things. Have you ever met that guy where you're like, holy fucking shit, this is crazy. I can't believe I'm meeting you. And you know what? Put me aside, because I realize that's a whole.
I know mine. I know mine right off the bat.
Okay, Chris, hold on. I'm going to come to you next. But also, is there someone where you like you played you should have met him, or you didn't, or you had the chance, or anything like that? So there's two questions.
Well, I have some stories of people who I love their music, and then I met, and I was like, that sucks, because it kind of like ruined it for me. But obviously, I'm not going to say that on this forum. But like, you know, obviously, I was a huge Jellyfish fan, so I met all of those guys. Actually, I mean, the three main guys I've met, and two of them worked with. So that was like always a holy shit moment, because Roger is the keyboard player guy, and I played in his band for a couple of years, but I still had moments of playing with him where like one night the other guy in Jellyfish got up on stage and we were at Fuji Rock and we did like a couple of Jellyfish songs, and me and the drummer were huge Jellyfish fans, so we were kind of like looking at each other while we were playing, going like, holy shit, you know.
So with Jason Faulkner or with
Jason Faulkner, yeah. He was playing with Beck, and so he came up at that show, and we basically were doing Jellyfish songs with two of the guys from Jellyfish, and the drummer was the guy from Imperial Drag. So that kind of shit is like amazing. But I think what you're asking, I think that.
Hold on, but let me stop you for a second.
Yeah.
So you have actually, like, you're on another level. You have found yourself in bands with dudes that you hold like way up there. So you love Jellyfish. You're fucking to be honest, and all we've talked about this, your first solo record has Jellyfish all over it. Like
Linus of Hollywood.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
And
The Linus of Hollywood records are fucking fantastic.
And you got to be in a band with that fucking guy. You got to be in a band with Paul Gilbert, you know, like.
Yeah, I used to learn
you're
it.
kind of on another level, really, where that's concerned.
It's kind of weird, like that I like some of those people that were my heroes I ended up being able to work with. It's super cool. But at the same time, and I've actually had really good luck with those people being awesome. Like Paul is a really amazing human being, and so is Roger. So that's been like nice when you meet someone that you idolize and they're also like really cool and nice.
Puff Daddy, yeah.
But there are some people, especially like songwriters in particular, like the Delamitri guy. Like I relate with his lyrics so much, and like I kind of almost, even if he's like a nice person, I kind of don't want to I don't want to humanize him, because in my mind he's almost like from another planet or something. And I'm sure everyone. But most of the people that I feel that way about are probably not like super huge famous people. Like the people that I think I've idolized the most are sort of.
And so you find yourself, though, I think just you embedded yourself early into a world where a lot of these people who are being successful and doing these things, but you're doing the same work and you're available, and hey, we're peers, you know, like you run into those guys.
It was, I mean, both with Roger and Paul, that was both just Japan, like, because my first solo record got really big in Japan, and they actually both found me And that was really strange because I, of course, idolized both of them, and it was strange to have them like contacting me. So I think I've just been super lucky in that regard.
And Paul, wait, hold on. So Paul Gilbert contacts you because you're doing well in Japan. And how would he know that you would be able to play bass like that? Like
he didn't actually. So I was playing a solo show, and he was friends with this woman named Naomi, who was the editor of this metal magazine called Burn Magazine. And on my second album, I covered an Ozzy Osbourne song, "Goodbye to Romance."
Yeah, it's a great cover, by the way, guys. If you're checking this out,
I don't think I've ever heard that. I don't think I've.
Yeah, check it out. Check it out. So
is that on Triangle?
I will.
that's
I'm
on
gonna
my
try-
second album. Let Yourself Be Happy.
I'm
Okay.
gonna follow you on Instagrams after this interview.
So anyway, I was about to play a show, and I'm like laying on the floor because I think it was another night that I was sick or something. And I'm like laying on the floor, and the production manager comes back and it's like, "Do you know Paul Gilbert?" And I'm like, "Yeah, from Mr. Big and Racer X." And he's like, "Yeah, he is in the audience. He is here to see you." And I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" I'm like, "Tell him to come back." So they went and got him out of the audience, and he came back, and we hung out backstage and instantly got along. And we started playing like Enough's Enough songs, and he knows Dolomitri and the Beach Boys. And I'm just like, oh my God, this guy's a total pop guy. Like he loves pop songwriting because you think of him as being like a metal shredder guy or whatever.
Right.
So we ended up like at the end of the night in Japan, they do this thing where all the bands that played get up and they do like a cover song. So we told Paul to learn the song, and he got up that night and played with us. The first night I met him, he just got up and played the song with us. And then he took me to like this Beatles. There was a Beatles tribute band in Japan called the Parrots, and we went and saw them. And then he asked me to produce one of his records, but he didn't know how I played other than the singer-songwriter stuff. And so when I started telling him I was like a metal kid, I think he taught me the riff for Scarified. And as soon as he figured out that I could learn it quick and play it, he's like, "Do you want to play in my band?" So he didn't know that I was even able to play like that.
You didn't know that you were master and commander.
Well, but I haven't played like that in so long at that point that I had to do a little woodshedding because that's
a little bit, but, it's like
it's like playing a sport or something. You have to like work your muscles back up to be able.
You're good at riding a bike, Linus. You can get back up on it and ride the shit out of it.
That's a fast.
Who is a hero that you actually have met? Like, who have you been like, or you met somebody? You're like, okay, that's fucking kick fucking ass.
I mean, I met Brian Wilson like a couple times, and he's like God. He's like, so, but he's current Brian Wilson and not 24-year-old Brian Wilson.
Sure.
But it was pretty awesome to just shake hands with this person whose music is basically at this point like Beethoven or Bach or
Or Lemmy. Lemmy.
I met Lemmy. I met David Lee Roth a bunch of times when I first moved to LA. The manager at my telemarketing place was a coke dealer, and so he used to take us to this strip club called Crazy Girls all the time. And whenever someone would come in to buy coke, whenever someone would come in to buy coke, the coke dealer would go into the bathroom with the person, and I would be stuck at this booth with David Lee Roth because David Lee Roth just sort of hung out with him all the time because he got free coke. So I would just be sitting there trying to pretend like it wasn't David Lee Roth because he didn't want to be like, "Oh my God," I was trying to be cool, So I would just talk to him about just random stuff and sort of not acknowledge that he was David Lee Roth. It was very bizarre.
You know what I mean? Like, what's your like normal guy conversation with David Lee Roth? Like, so
well,
what kind of
there is no normal guy conversation with him because he basically just speaks in code. I mean, basically, if you say anything, well, you'd be like, "Oh, that girl over there is cute. What do you think of her?" And he'll be like, "Let me tell you, man, it's like flying a plane over Bermuda Triangle, and the nurse falls down, and you know what I'm talking about? Like it doesn't."
He's a germaphobe too. Remember Ray Lazier got the David Lee Roth gig for a while.
Yeah,
he would be like, "Well, man, he's super cool dude." But every once in a while, he'll stop the bus and make everybody get off of it, and he will get the vacuum cleaner out and completely clean and disinfect the tour bus, and then wave everybody on. Coast is clear.
What?
Get on the bus.
I like
true.
Yeah, Ray Lazier confirmed this.
Wow, that's amazing.
Ray Lazier, famous rock drummer and friend of Bowling for Soup.
Well, he wasn't a
No friend of
he
us.
wasn't a germaphobe when he was in the back of the Crazy Girls doing giant rails of coke off the toilet. He wasn't a germaphobe then, but
You know, I guess now he learned his lesson.
What I think is funny about Ray Luzier, he's a friend of the band. I've never met him, but my parents are friends with him. How fucking weird is that?
That is fucking weird, Rob.
So, but it's not me, but everyone else in the band knows him, and my parents. That makes sense. Anyway, think about it.
Oh, wow. Hey, Rob, that looks like the basement of a serial killer.
Really? I thought I did a pretty good job in it.
Hold up, Garrett. It looks like the basement of like a serial. Like there's definitely he has like some kind of sex dungeon below that.
To
So
his right.
Rob, you're out of control.
so who were y'all's like moments of like, holy shit, I can't believe I'm hanging out with this person or whatever? I'm sure you guys have had a ton of.
Man, we have a few good ones, man. I think I think the story that I want to tell right now.
Well, I was second. I had mine right off the bat. It was meeting Robin Williams. No, he met.
That was not right off the bat, dummy. That's fucking 2003.
No, but it's the greatest thing that ever happened to me.
Well, yeah, that's a good one.
Robin Williams met me. I didn't meet him. He met me.
That was I bought you tacos. Was the greatest thing that ever happened to you?
I was wearing a powder blue tuxedo, and all I heard is.
By the way, he was wearing a powder blue. Not four of us fucking sitting in a row.
God bless the tuxedo rental industry. And holy shit. And then he came up to me and said that that I was fucking gorgeous and shit. And I'm like, he came up to me and put his arm around me. And I had a flip phone at the time at the Grammys. I had a flip phone. I didn't have a smartphone. And so, boom, a picture with Robin Williams. And if you look at my face in that photo, you can see like, oh my Jesus, this is the greatest moment of my life.
That's amazing, actually.
And it's not. It's part of the internet now, I guess. It's on my Facebook, so
that's amazing.
This, yeah.
Jared, what is yours? You were about to say something.
Well, okay, so first of all, I'll just tell you that
you have so many fucking crazy more star stories.
Well, I'm going to tell you two right now. So first of all, we had just gotten signed, and Kiss is coming through. And here's the thing: like I could sort of take or leave Kiss. I just grew up thinking they were the coolest thing ever. They had pinball machines and shit. You know what I mean? Like they had Halloween costumes where you would go and buy. You used to buy a mask, and it had a rubber band that was stapled to the mask. Like that's how big they were.
Halloween costumes back in the day.
You know what I'm talking? I mean, like that's
in the 80s. You could get the Kiss costume,
and then you had an apron that looked like what they were wearing, and that's what you. Hey, I'm dressed up as Kiss.
Right.
Well, that's how big that band was.
Yeah. So, marketing.
We go. Oh, so good. So we go, and I had gone. Me and Lance had gone to the original farewell tour. No, the reunion tour. So then, me and the guys go to this first farewell. I don't know. It's so fucking confusing. Anyway, it's 2000, I guess. And so we go to see anyway. So our product manager used to work for them when they were on Columbia. So she just goes, "Oh yeah, Gene, I'm going to take him some cookies." Blah blah blah. You know, we go.
Kim
Kyman.
Kim Kyman, yeah. And he always talked about Gene.
Always.
Gene.
So
Gene's a really good friend of mine. I think she lived with him for a while.
So we go backstage, and they're like, I swear to God, the first thing we see is Paul Stanley standing in a robe, but full makeup, full wig on, or whatever, and he just waves and like ducks into a thing, and you're like, it's like a fucking real cartoon. Like it's literally like Scooby-Doo was sitting there on the sidewalk, took a shit, and fucking went to go find Shaggy. That's what it felt like.
That was at the Starplex too.
It was, yes.
Yeah.
So then she's like, hey, has anybody seen Gene? And then she just goes, hey, Doc. And Doc McGee walks around the thing. Now, those of you who don't know who Doc McGee is, Doc McGee's managed Kiss forever, but he managed Motley Crue and Skid Row and Rat.
Master Commander.
All of the big things, right? So that's a whole thing, right? So she's like, hey, do you know where Gene is? I brought him cookies. So I'm thinking that this, and here's the other.
We were all a little bit worried that we were being like kind of shanghaied into some kind of trap.
Very true. And we had all been drinking quite a bit.
Excessively.
Quite a bit. So
Excessively.
what happened is that we walked down this corridor and Gene Simmons walks out. Now, in his boots, he's 8'4". Okay, so he literally he's 8'4". So if he reaches up, he can put the star on your Christmas tree without a step stool.
Bang, 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 easy.
Okay, so he's Jewish, but he'll do that for you apparently. So Gene Simmons comes and walks into front of us. He goes, hey, Kim, he's fucking enormous, right? And so the story is that I couldn't find my words, but to be honest, I just really didn't know what to fucking say because he comes up and she goes, hey, Gene, I brought you cookies. And I swear to God, this is true. Gary Chris, please confirm. He goes, oh, hey, Kim, we're doing $64 a head on merch. It's a really great tour.
Yes. It was all
to be.
Swear to God that is
and then he kind of like hugged us all and got a picture. Like,
take the picture.
I'm making.
See you later. And so Eric used to tell this story about like me being like tongue tied and shit. And so I would go with it because I thought it was funny. I wasn't tongue tied. I was like, what the fuck is happening right now?
Yeah, it was like this shit's unreal.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. So anyway, go back. So we go back to our seats, right? And so me and Chris, like there's somebody in between me and Chris. Like somebody brought a girlfriend. I can't remember who it was.
Yeah.
And so there's somebody in between me and Chris goes, dude, who is this standing in front of us? And I go, man, I don't know. He looks familiar, you know? And I'm like, okay, we'll figure it out. We're watching Kiss. We're 6th row. 5th row, Eric Singer.
Fuck yeah.
The current drummer for Kiss and the drummer for Kiss back when they went back into the bars and shit.
Yeah.
Standing right in front of us.
Chilling with his family watching the show.
Yeah. So that's the one that one is the one where I was like, fuck, you know, like I don't want to do this anymore. So now, like, honestly, we really don't do it anymore. Like I told the story last week where it's like, hey, do you want to go meet, what's your fucking name? Kim, the chick that Nirvana, that chick.
Oh yeah,
Courtney.
Yeah.
You want to go meet Courtney? No, we're good. Yeah, here's the best fucking like Bowling for Soup fucking. This is a really good one. All right, so we had been on like a really long tour, and we got to New York City. We had 3 days off because we were doing some stuff with the label. It's back in the Jive days or whatever. And so we find out Skid Row is playing at a club down the street. Now, I 100% have a bladder infection. So I'm like, it hurts when I pee. I'm not sure what to do. I don't have any insurance. So I'm just drinking vodka cranberries. Well, yeah.
If you drink more vodka cranberries and more vodka cranberries, it's like you're getting more cranberry in there, right?
Right. So it just went away.
Yeah.
So we
this is not Sebastian Bach Skid
No,
Row.
so this is the story. So we find out that they're playing. So we're like, hey, Johnny is in the band. So Johnny Solinger is from Texas. We're excited. We're gonna go see him. So we go and we watch Skid Row. It's fucking great. The cranberry thing is just because that's what I was drinking that night. I'm not sure why I chose to do that at the front of the story, but we watched them. They fucking slayed. It was fucking great. But there were maybe 200 people there in New York.
Well, it's also a tiny club. I mean, it's
Maybe.
probably
Howie Abrams alerted us the fact that, like, do you guys want to see Skid Row tonight? And we're like, of course we do. Howie took us there.
Yeah, so
So
we
we was like, backstage. He got us backstage into the shit. Like, God,
hold on. Wait, Chris, stop. Stop it. And so at the end of the show, a guy comes up to us and goes, hey, you guys want to come backstage? We're like, yeah, that'd be fucking great. It'd be great. But you know what? We'll chill for a sec. We'll wait for the bar to close.
Skid Row tonight.
And I'm honestly trying to get more cranberry juice into me. So I'm like ordering vodka cranberries and just slamming, trying to get more cranberry juice in there so that it really did work, actually. So it's the end of the night. They're starting to kick everybody out. And so we're like, oh, we'll make our way downstairs. So there's this huge, like, flowing staircase, like Cinderella. And we all start to go down it, and then fucking Chris.
This guy.
Chris fucking eats shit and just goes
down the stairs.
He goes down like on
stairs.
his ass like he's sledding, like a little kid, and his
It hurt my butt.
his
Very hard.
foot is like folded back down, right? And he falls down this like massive staircase and just slides down, right? And here's the thing. I'm like, fuck this guy. I'm gonna go meet Skid Row. He would understand, right?
But I did apologize for falling down these stairs. And I introduced myself to the party.
Yeah. So we go into their dressing room. Linus, I swear to God, this is a true story. We go in and we're like, hey, how you guys doing? They're like, hey, we're doing great. Yeah, you help yourselves or whatever. There's like bottles of shit and all this.
The Snake Sabo was there.
These fucking security guys come in. We have not been in there 2 minutes. These security guys come in. They start collecting everything. They're looking at us going, hey, are you guys drinking this or whatever? We're like, no. Yeah. Well, we were going to have some more of that. Okay, we'll leave that or whatever. They're like, everybody out. Everybody out. And they look at us, Bowling for Soup, and go, you guys are cool. Everybody else get the fuck out of here. They
did it. We
Skid
did it.
Row out of the dressing room. And said, oh no, we know who you guys are. Y'all are cool.
Yeah, because we were in New York. We were playing a way bigger place than that.
Yes, much bigger place.
We are. I talk about this when I do my own Facebook lives. About myself being a diva. I am a fucking diva. I am. I call myself a minor league diva.
Do you actually know that you're a diva, or are you saying that facetiously?
No, I know that, like, dude, I expect certain things.
Tell us how you feel about jars that have a lid.
No. Hold on, but I actually wonder about this. I really do. Like and I'm not taking the piss at all, but like you do expect certain things, right? Like you.
Well, and we were supposed to be pretty busy right now. The plan was going great.
It was going great.
And you know what? Like I go on tour and play shows, and it builds my self-esteem up. It really does. And me, I go on my I do my own Facebook lives on my own. I need to do them on better platforms, I guess, but I just get and be a diva on there and talk about how big of a diva I am.
Okay, but what are you saying? Like, what is diva about you? Like, what is it about you that's a diva?
Oh, well, first of all, you know that, like,
Oh, I know all of it. I just wonder if you know.
You know that I tore my own toilet paper most of the time, right? For long before the toilet paper crisis,
Right.
or with the Charmin, and yeah, you know, I mean, I'm a diva. I have my own fucking on the butt.
Hey, Linus, I can
Yeah.
tell you
Yeah, I have to refresh my drink.
arrows and stuff.
I gotta pee too. I'm gonna go pee. You go pee.
Oh.
What were you saying?
Well, because we were doing the thing where
I'm glad we got rid of those guys.
wow. Well,
Finally, we can talk in peace.
it came from we were talking about meeting people where like, holy shit, I met that guy, right? Kind of thing. Yeah. So I can give you 3 of them in way less time than those other.
That me?
So the quickest one was just kind of funny. It was there's 2 of them that took place at the same time, and there was this fluke thing that happened in 2012 where Patent Pending got to play the Billboard Awards.
Oh,
So
wow.
when we were there, I remember like they sat us like up in the front, like they literally like they gave us like Visa gift cards, like go buy yourself nice clothes so you can like sit up front and be on TV. So we're like, all right. And we're sitting up there and we're like the first people that like when people were going to give their acceptance speeches, like they're walking past us. And we're like Taylor Swift was walking past to like give like her Lifetime Achievement Award speech. And as she's like walking up, I just went, "Hey Taylor Swift," and she stopped. She stopped. She literally went like did like the full up and down, "Hi," and like some guy behind her like, "Let's go," and I pushed her. I was like, "Dude, you pushed Taylor Swift past me." She was about to just be like, "Hey." That was funny. And the second,
Did you actually say the word "Hey Taylor Swift"?
Yeah, I literally said, "Hey Taylor Swift."
You said her first and last name?
Yeah, just so she knew who I was talking to, because you never know.
Taylor Hanson was there. A lot of Taylors were there. So.
She knew who you were talking about?
What was that? No, she didn't know. She figured it was the person behind her.
Right.
Other one. So then we actually like played the thing, and then afterwards, we're like kind of like behind the thing there, and then Stevie Wonder was there. So I was like, well, I'm gonna say hi to Stevie Wonder if I can, like, because we had like a.
But he didn't see you?
Well, no, we had like we had like a person like assigned to us who like kind of took care of us. I don't really understand why, but I
always wondered that song, "Isn't She Lovely?" I think he's actually asking because he doesn't know.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, continue your story.
Well, as long as we keep a straight face, you'll never know. No, but I mean, I was just like, holy shit, there's Stevie Wonder. And she was like, do you want to meet him? I'm like, yeah, I want to meet him. And he was standing like this way, and she was like, hey, like, this guy, Rob, would like to meet you. Literally, just like that. And she had to turn him into me because his hand was out, and I like felt like, what do I do? And he like, I couldn't tell if he was fucking with me or not, but I was also like, I'm not going to chance it. Hi, nice to meet you. Like, once his hand was directly in front of me.
Right.
But so that was, who gets to meet Stevie Wonder.
You shook his hand. Did you do one of these like little tickets?
But so those were like the 2 like that was kind of in one day. That's a lot to take in, like Stevie Wonder and meet all these people. But then a couple of years later, we did with Patent Pending again. We played a Soundwave Festival in Australia, and there was a lot of big bands on that festival. There, like Incubus was there, and Soundgarden, and Faith No More, and like all these like cool rock bands and stuff. But at the same time, in Australia, Foo Fighters were touring there with Rise Against was like their support. So who do we know? We knew somebody. Oh, that's right. So Chris from the Foo Fighters used to be in No Use for a Name, and we knew some of the Lagwagon guys, and they knew them. So like. They basically were like, hey, we're going to go to the Foo Fighter show tonight to see Chris, and then we're going to go to this bar afterwards. So I was like, all right, cool. I'm going to go to that bar then. I'll meet you guys there. So I go to the bar. I never thought in a million years the Foo Fighters would show up. So I was there like drinking and getting drunk. And then Dave Grohl just fucking walks in at like 1:30 in the morning. I was already like trashed because I was like, there's no way Dave Grohl's coming to this fucking bar in Sydney. And he comes in. He's hammered. He's like, hey, like, nice to meet you. I'm Dave. And like he's like,
that's how he talks. That's his voice.
Yeah, nice to meet you. I'm Dave.
man. It's a little higher. But he was like buying me shots all night. Like we just started talking. He was like, "Oh, you were a drummer," and he started buying me a bunch of shots.
Nice to meet you. I'm Dave.
At the end of the story, do you wake up with your pants unbuttoned?
Yeah, and then I found out that none of it actually happened.
Oh, it's just a dream. Ah!
It never happened. Yeah, so I don't know what that whole story was about, but I thought I meant Dave.
Compelling. It's fantastic.
The guy from Crazy Town lives in my neighborhood, and he's always like walking his. He has like a pit bull, and he walks the pit bull off leash. This is the guy from Crazy Town.
Yeah,
and,
we got sugar fly, honey, baby.
Yeah.
He's on
So Louis always barks at big dogs when I'm walking him. And one day, Louis started growling at the Crazy Town guy's pit bull, and I'm like, "Louis, shut up! That's a giant pit bull." And he keeps growling, and the guy's pit bull starts like walking towards Louis, like really menacing looking. And all of a sudden, the guy goes, "Come, my lady, come, my lady." Everything was fine after that. Everything was fine.
That is compelling.
I gotta get up here.
This is why we had you as a host this evening.
He's not the host. He's the guest, dude. You're the host.
Yes, guest host. Should
Chris,
we
cannonball again so you know the difference between host and guest.
Yeah, all right.
You're off balance right now.
We have a guest host some evening, right?
Yeah.
Like, can we get Jimmy Fallon? I don't have his number.
Not anymore.
We need somebody to host this show. Fucking, I don't have Jay Leno's number. We did Leno.
Shut up.
What's Craig Kilborn doing?
You're so dumb. Craig Kilborn. I wonder what Arsenio's doing right now.
We should get Arsenio to be like the guest host of the show. And we're just guests on the show.
You're so dumb.
You know, and none of us can ever be able to contact Arsenio Hall
Ever again.
Ever again.
Not after the fucking cheese. We forgot to tell him the cheese was so good.
Yeah, I mean, the cheese was good. And we forgot to tell him.
That was some good ass cheese, and we fucking forgot to tell him, guys.
Why didn't you tell him if that was some good ass cheese?
Hey, Linus, you want to hear? Hey, I'll do my most embarrassing story if everybody else will. Rob, I want you to work on yours for a minute.
Embarrassing story, and if it's wrong, I'll give you $10.
Say again.
I think I know which story you're going to tell, and if I'm wrong on which story you're going to tell, I'll give you $10.
All right, sounds good.
Is it just most embarrassing, like in life, or like as it pertains to like being in a band or
as it pertains to like
meeting
what?
Meeting
celebrities and being famous and shit, right?
Most embarrassing
Yeah.
story of that. Oh, I got mine, Rob.
Okay. Well, I'm doing mine right now. I love you so much. All right. So we did Jimmy Kimmel 3 times. Okay. And
Mark, you left it in my yep.
Well, I know which one it is too.
the second time we were on there, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's the second time we were
I
on
think
there.
Rob's about to go rob his own house.
Where is he going?
He's sneaking up the stairs to go rob himself.
So it's the first time we're ever on there, is what it was. And we're on there, and we're on the outdoor stage, and we had already told the label that we set the blue suits on fire. So they got us these beige suits, and they managed to figure it out or whatever. Now, we were on there with the guy from Men at Work that lost all the money.
Colin Hay.
And he was so sweet. Just such a sweet guy, right?
That was a good one for me because I fucking love Men at Work.
Right.
I had Men at Work on cassette in my car, and I listened to Business as Usual.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Ladies and gentlemen,
When I told you that I had cassettes in my car, you're like, no. But like I have like Deep Purple on cassette in my car, and you're like, it sounds. I blasted out on cassette in my car.
you're fucking Ren McCormick, dude. Anyway, so Oh, there she is, coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, Mia Wiseman. Woo-hoo-hoo!
Hi.
Hi, Mia.
What you want to talk about?
Anna.
Anna. You want to talk about Anna?
I want to talk about Frozen. So everyone, you know the Frozen movie?
Yes.
Frozen movie. Yep, got it.
They know the Frozen movie.
Yes. Let it go. Let it go.
So I have the Frozen movie. So I love my daddy.
She loves the Frozen movie, so she loves her daddy. Yes.
Watch me.
Hey, Mia.
Hey, watch me. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Tickle, 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 tickle.
What do you want to tell everybody?
About, you know
Hey,
what?
Chris, do a cannonball.
You know what Santa yes.
Hey, Mia, tickle him again.
You know what Santa yes. She's right there by Daddy. She's behind Daddy.
They can't see her.
Oh.
Hey, did you say hi to Linus? He's waving at you.
Hi, Mia.
You wave.
Can you say hi, Linus?
You want to see my dog?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Hi. Name.
What's his name?
His name is Louie.
Hi, Louie.
Hi, Mia.
He's so cute. So cute.
The other dog's mad.
He has eyes.
While he's pissed.
Does he have eyes?
Yes, he has 2 eyes. 1 and 2.
I have eyes right here.
Oh my gosh.
And this is Daddy's face.
This is Daddy's face right here.
Everyone, watch me.
Let's see. Go ahead.
Hey, Mia, boop him again.
Everyone.
Boop him. Give him a boop.
What?
Give him a boop.
Boop.
Daddy.
Oh,
Daddy.
no, down.
Boop the camera.
What?
I'm going to say boo.
Yeah, boop the camera. Give us all a boop.
Boop.
Unbelievable.
Well, I will go watch my moves.
Let's see him.
Watch your moves.
Do these moves. Here we
Get
go.
it, girl.
Boom, boom.
Living color.
Oh man.
I'm out of breath.
Move those feet. Oh, hey-oh!
Mia, you are a superstar.
He's still going.
You can't stop her, Gary.
They call her Crazy Fingers.
You can't contain her. Just gotta let her go, man. Let her be her.
I don't think I've ever had that much energy in my entire life.
And we're back.
And we're back.
And we're back, King.
And we're back. Coming in.
Are you tired, Mia?
Mia, did that make you tired?
No.
Are you ready for
Hey,
bed?
watch my another moves.
You got more moves?
Let's see him.
Watch my
Let's go.
Boom.
Oh yeah, summer team. Oh yeah, super team.
Hey, Gary, give her a beat, man.
That sounds like a Charmin commercial.
Is this interpretive dance?
Do you guys know the Charmin commercials?
Charmin Clan.
Yeah. Is that what she was doing? She was doing the little bear. I'm Charmin clean.
My honey's clean.
Oh yeah, my honey's clean.
I was kidding. I heard her say that. I was like, oh, she's doing the Charmin commercial. Oh,
Do the Charmin commercial. Do the bear.
All right, you got that from that, right?
yeah. Jackie does the same dance every night.
That's new.
That's hilarious.
All right.
All right. Are you ready to go?
What are you doing?
Let's go. I think you've had enough.
All right, she is. No.
Gary, you still got lead paint chips in your house?
Tell them what's up.
What's up?
What's up?
Watch my moves.
Let's check them out. Go.
No, watch my moves.
Yeah, let's see your moves. Get after it.
Tyler.
Tyler's in the window, creeping.
He's doing the haka.
Tyler, hey,
Gary, teach her the haka.
Hey, Tyler.
There you go.
How you doing, bud?
say hey.
Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you.
How you been? You doing all right?
Taya,
I see the dog.
you know his name?
Tell him his name.
There.
Oh, he winked.
Got a wink.
Gary.
No, that's Ziggy.
Ziggy's been a little bit scared tonight.
Yeah, that's Ziggy.
Yeah. Yeah, you taught him his name. Yay! 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 Yeah,
All right, my family is insane.
Gary, it's those paint chips, dude. There's lead paint chips in your house.
Remember like 20 minutes ago when we were guzzling out of whiskey bottles and stuff? And now
I'm
it's like,
going to do another one.
What do you mean 20 minutes ago? Wait, not right now. Not right now. Not right now.
Sorry, Tyler.
Why not?
Tyler is on our Wikipedia. He is a touring musician.
All right, right now.
Yeah, why not right now?
I'm sorry. I didn't know it. I'm sorry. I forgot it.
I'm sorry I said.
What do you got, Marco? What is that fancy?
1835.
1835.
Nice Texas
Marco, what's he drinking?
bourbon.
What?
It's night treatment. Yeah.
Hi.
I made that up.
Yeah,
Nick made that.
I have official.
Marco, that's right. It's night treatment.
Night treatment.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Okay.
Everybody to hold me.
Okay, we gotta go. Bye
I
bye.
want anybody to hold me.
No.
Or she doesn't want anybody to hold her.
Hey, Gary.
that's an exit.
Hey, Tyler.
Oh, hey, Tyler.
Is everything going to be okay at the Wiseman household, Tyler?
Tyler's everything going to be okay?
No. Is everybody going crazy?
Talk to him. All right. So,
See, buddy.
my wife just said night treatment, right? So, a couple of tours ago, this is a good story. We were Marco and Ido and me, and we would go up to the back lounge, and this is the first time that Anik had ever came to the UK for any shows, right? And so at the end of the night, we're up at the back lounge, and she is doing all this stuff. She's taking makeup off, and I don't know what this is. We don't do this. Like, watch movies, right? And we're like, what are you doing? Like, can we just go to sleep? She goes, I'm doing my night treatment. And Marco goes, we're doing our night treatment too. And Jimmy bottle. And so now, night treatment.
Night treatment. I like it.
Are you trying night treatment?
Night treatment.
Guys, Tony Gatone is on here. Everybody say hey to Tony.
Dick bag.
Hey Gary,
Remember how many times I've fired Tony over the years, but it didn't stick?
You used to try to fire Tony every night, but none of it counts.
He was abusive towards me.
Tony Moore.
I would fall asleep and I'd wake up with my pants unbuttoned around me. I told y'all, he never fired him. Nobody fired him.
No,
I did plenty of times.
I'm not firing Tony over a drunken.
Sometimes I didn't like the way he rolled my cable out that night,
Right?
or where my tuner was.
I get it.
Yeah, I did teach him like how to duct tape the tuner, so when I leave my area, it just drags the tuner across the stage, and that doesn't unplug it.
Yeah.
So I taught Tony a lot about being a guitar tech back in the day. And by the way,
By
Jerry,
the way, you're 50 and you fucking hate wireless. You could go. I literally never have problems.
It is my umbilical cord that ties me to the power of fucking rock and roll.
no, God, how can you you're on a leash?
It is my umbilical cord that ties me to the power of rock and roll.
Chris, you're on a leash. It drives me nuts that you can still think that that's the way to do
I
it.
want you to dance around with it too.
Also, the umbilical cord is for when you're a baby.
You know what?
You're fucking famous, dude. I'm
gonna go join.
Rock and roll has given birth to you, you beautiful, just fucking bearded, bald baby. Get out there and fucking shake your love. You just get up and just bask in it.
Yeah, you guys are digital now on your little, and those toys are really cool. And I enjoy them, but
You're
I still have to get blasted in the back by my amp. I still have to have that.
Imagine
I want my cable to plug in there. It is really.
I can rock to that. I still use cables, and whenever I come up on stage and play with you guys, it's always so weird because there's no sound.
Yeah.
I think. Well, that's not fair though, because you're not y'all don't do that. Like, our thing is that's just the way it works. And also, I always say, "Hey, do you want a pack or whatever?" And you're like, "Nope, I'm good." You just listen to the front of the house and fucking shred.
I'm still old school though, and I enjoy it. I just enjoy, like, I play through one channel. I don't have any effects. I have a tuner, and Jared, we got really good in this with our band about controlling our sound just with our guitar.
You're not off. And you know what? We fucking never used effects pedals once, and we
I have a tuner with plugged in,
and we have gotten compliments literally for 25 years about how much we sound like our records live.
Here's what's really funny, Jarrett. So me and you, we have to change the strings on our guitar. It's so foreign now.
No, we don't.
I can still do it, but it's like a weird deal. I have to really think about it.
Dude, I have been doing – I'm not joking about this. This is for real shit. I've been doing these acoustic shows since we started this mess.
Oh, yeah.
I think I've done 12 shows on this stupid guitar back here. And I'm going to have to change these strings. But there's a learning curve. It's not like riding a bike.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, what's funny is, I don't really have a tuner at home. So when I have to tune up and I have to learn songs at home, I have to figure it out. I'll have to play a song that I know that's tuned to E that I can play.
Wait, do you not have ALEXA? Do you have ALEXA at your house?
I don't have I have one of the Gibson at my house.
No, listen to me,
I have
Chris.
a figure amp and a plug.
Do you have there's an app that does it, but secondly, do you have Alexa?
Oh shit!
What's the weather like?
Hey, no,
With 47 degrees Fahrenheit with mostly clear skies. Tonight, you can expect clouds with a low of 33 degrees.
hey, Jared.
Alexa,
Also,
play
your
Park
heart.
Out by the Lake.
Wait,
What?
how come all you had to say was that and she did that?
Yeah.
Mine doesn't do that.
What are you talking about?
Hey, Jared. Tell your Alexa.
That's it.
Tell your Alexa that I think she types fine.
Alexa, Chris thinks you type fine.
I don't know that one. Oh.
Yep, she just bailed.
Did she ever do
Give a fuck. So your Alexa is trained not to listen to anybody but yourself.
No. What is she supposed to say to that?
I think your Alexa's fine, and she don't care about
I
me.
don't know, but I can't have you two in a relationship. Then it's like you coming back and forth and shit.
I know where you live. I can go
Ubers.
up and just hang out with your Alexa at your house.
It's too many Ubers.
Ugh.
Linus, how are you holding up over there, buddy?
I'm doing good, man. I'm just chilling. I'm enjoying. I feel like I'm sitting in the same room with you guys.
Isn't this great? It's like we're hanging
Look
out.
at this. Fucking Louis wins tonight.
Yeah, I tried to get Allie to come up here.
Getting hugged and rubbed all night.
Yeah, he's actually enjoying quarantine. I'm taking them for like longer walks, and they're getting a lot more. They're getting a lot more love, and they're digging it.
Yeah, Wally, my dog Wally is like he's a caged animal at the moment. Like I'd take him on walks, but like he's a social guy, and I'd take him everywhere. Like he misses people and hanging out with people and his dog buddies. So he's missing that right now.
Yeah.
Wally wants to hang out with not just his dog buddies, but his people buddies. And he's just stuck with this.
I'm sure he doesn't.
They're staring. He's side-eyeing. He's giving me side-eye right now. Come on. Come up here. Come on. Come on. Well,
Rob, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing great.
you look fantastic.
You really do.
Well, thank you. very much.
Even with your bad body language.
What does that mean?
Oh, it means a lot. Body language means a lot.
What do you want me to do?
Well, you could be a little bit more open and be like,
Yeah.
hey, how's it going? Open yourself up to the room. Stop crossing your arms.
Swampy. You look
Stop
like
moving your eyes. Jesus Christ. You look like you just got off a ship.
What kind of ship?
ugh. A ship of bad dreams.
A
Lean
bad dream
back.
ship.
Lean back and like spread your legs.
Lean back.
Just take your shirt
Why
off
is your-
slowly.
All right.
Hey, Linus, we've done this before, and his camera was on, but he was laying. He was just doing that in the couch.
Well, his bit. So until tonight,
The internet is great.
we could only have
Oh,
four
wait,
people
Rob,
on
your
camera.
internet has been great.
Oh yeah, like it was this. This is the bit.
Here, hold on.
Did his internet go out again?
That's funny. Did that just happen, or did you do that, Jared?
He's getting good at switching the cameras.
Why is he's a stormtrooper now?
It's so weird, man.
Because no, he would get pissed because every time we were talking to somebody or talking to each other, he wouldn't be involved in the conversation or whatever. And so he would just lay back there on those pillows or whatever. And so every time he would start to get comfortable, I would fucking just zoom in.
Yeah.
So funny.
And he was wasted too. He's an hour ahead of us. So it's 10:22 p.m. It's 11:22 p.m. for Rob.
Oh man, it's only 8:20 here.
Yeah, dude, you have so fucking up.
You're in the past,
You
dude.
have so much to do, dude.
I
Yeah,
know. Yeah,
you're in the past. You're 2 hours in the past.
I gotta eat some dinner.
Yeah. What's on the menu? Corn dog?
Tonight I'm probably gonna eat something from Trader Joe's because that's all I have in the fridge. But I'll probably make like a little salad. Maybe like
Cheese?
What is this?
on a salad. I do this thing. This is kind of gross, but I do this thing. I call it beard cheese, where there's this shredded cheese that I put on my salad. But before I put it on my salad, I eat it in my mouth. And
Yeah. And then it falls.
well, some cheese trickles through my beard, and the dogs eat it, and they love. That's like their special thing. I call it. I'm like, do you guys want some beard cheese? And so I eat the cheese, and then the rest falls through my beard onto the floor, and the dogs are like super excited about it. It's like our
Now,
little.
what's funny about that is a lot of people don't know this. So there's a thing called beer cheese, and that's actually where it came from. It came from boats where the pirates would come in. And they would do beer cheese, and they would trickle it through. And what it does is it filters out some of the things that don't taste as good, some of the microbiological situation, and so it's called beard cheese. But now, so they shortened it because people thought beard cheese was gross, and now they just call it beer cheese. And you can dip pretzels in it or whatever.
That sounds legit. That sounds like if I Googled that right now, I bet I'm going to see it.
100% accurate. Yeah.
I'm going to see it on Chris Burney's Wikipedia page.
Probably. I don't have a Wikipedia page.
This says beard cheese is a cheese spread most commonly found in Kentucky. Similarly named cheese products can be found in other regions of the United States, but beard cheese spread itself is not widely distributed. There are a number of different brands that are popular. So there is a beer cheese, Jarrett. It's not the one that you lied about, but there is one.
It's in Kentucky. Is this starting in Kentucky?
Started in Kentucky.
Well, I enjoy their bourbon. So, yeah, whatever.
Chris, we got to get you a Wikipedia page. That's important.
You know how much weird shit happens in Kentucky? Oh my God. The only weird shit that doesn't happen is Kentucky bourbon. Gary, what Kentucky bourbon are you drinking tonight? Knob Creek. Marco?
Texas, but
is it a bourbon? Is it a Texas bourbon?
This is
the rules about bourbon. Kentucky.
Drink it? Oh.
It's Kentucky. So cheers, guys.
Cheers. We're gonna be really drunk now.
Yeah, that's what happened to AJ.
Guys, it's me.
We got you.
You were asleep, Rob.
You want to tell them your real name?
Anybody else got any stories? Anybody got any questions? I feel like we're running out of material here.
Oh boy.
It's fucking starting to limp. We're starting to limp, guys.
I got one more. That's it.
One or what?
That's something stupid.
What else you gonna do later? You got nothing going on.
Oh, I'm not saying that I have something else to do. I'm just saying, well, actually, my wife is chilling, but like she's also on here watching us and thinks you're fucking hilarious. So we could probably pull this an all-nighter if we want to.
Hi, Casey. There's a guy in the room named Linus Cromwell.
Hey, Jarrett, tell Casey I said hey.
You tell her.
I don't remember, but I feel weird. Like,
yes, you do.
I don't want you to be laying in bed and she's just texting me, man.
I'm okay with it, dude. I'm fine with it. Listen to me. It wouldn't be the first time somebody in the band has infiltrated somebody else's face.
So we did do our senior high school pictures recently.
Yeah.
She posted hers, and I texted. Well, I Facebook commented on hers with my picture, and I assumed she was 17 years old, and I was 17 years old, and I just asked her the question of like, would me and you at 17 years old, just looking at our pictures,
yeah,
be able to find love and harmony
Did
together.
she say she would have kissed you on the mouth?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would have.
That's her MO.
I would have been really uncomfortable because I'm very trained in French
You
kissing.
kissed everybody on the mouth.
Oh.
But yeah,
Oh my God, that was your brain burst. Oh my God, what the?
why,
Get your hair.
why is this guy in our band?
Hey, talk on there.
You can't
Oh.
hear that, man.
Can you
Yeah.
talk?
You're lying.
Does it do the?
It does the breath thing, but it doesn't do like the
Sing an
whole-
Eagles song.
Well, do the breath thing. Do the breath thing one time.
Wait, what does it do? Right here.
Sing an Eagles song.
Sing the blues or something. I mean, entertain. This is boring, Rob. You could have used that prop. Like, you are no carrot top, man. You could have used that prop in a better way. You just disappointed all of us. You have many props. I mean, look at that. How much you spend on that shit? It would have been way funnier. with it.
Oh.
It even does this thing.
Yeah, we're over it, man. Nobody.
It's so funny.
It's yeah. It could have. You could have made it funny. Now it's just bad.
Oh my God, that's
You're
fucking
no
funny.
carrot top.
How much do you spend on that, man?
I don't know. I got it for Jackie's reenlistment.
Oh, great! You got Jackie.
Wait, you got a gift?
Yeah.
I got it for her reenlistment.
Oh,
Is she
great!
like
You buy,
forward too?
you buy your wife things that you want.
Yeah.
I wanted to.
Hold on. Do you have to wear the thing around your neck to put the thing on your face?
Yeah, look.
To put that helmet on all of it.
Fucking stupid. Oh my God, it's in pieces. Oh, it's real. It's real.
Yeah.
Your fucking brain is but you got to shave your head and shit.
I know.
And burn. You got to get some good burns
Oh
going.
my
on
God.
there.
I gotta get some good burns. It's three
Yeah.
pieces. It's this thing and then the whole other thing.
Wait, hold on. You don't have to have the helmet on to do the breathing.
What?
Just do it with the mask, and then it's not like Darth Vader. It's like fucking Road Warriors and shit. Hey, take the top part off, and now do the breathing thing.
Where is it?
Other side.
Yeah, who are you, Mel Gibson? I'll tell you that much.
All right, Darth Vader. Now apologize because you picked the wrong side.
Apologize.
Like right before you die, apologize or like, oopsie.
Oh, I got it. It's the.
And then join the dark side.
Tell your sister you were right.
Yay.
It's quite comfortable.
Here's the thing about my
Best
night.
part about this, you drink
hey,
more. That's fun.
And Nick, you are still radiant.
Hi, Anik.
Hi.
Looking fabulous as always.
You are radiant, Anik.
I just
Here's the
woke
thing
up
about
from
me.
the night shift.
I said as I came up here to do this, I said, yeah, we'll be up here. Hour and a half, like last week. Like those 4 hour, 5 hour things, we're not doing those anymore. And here we're in hour 4. And so now I'm not going to be able to like schedule these anymore without it being like okay, then you're going to do it for fucking 5 hours or what? And I'll be like, no, I'm going to do it for like an hour. And I guess they all just turn
Then
into
shit happens.
what?
Then shit happens and we go over our time.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh my God, look at Linus of Hollywood now.
Oh.
Fair.
That is terrifying.
Half, 2 hours. That's a good thing.
Yeah, because he's hammered.
Shut up.
Is it?
I have a question. For you. I have a question for you, Anik.
Yes.
Does Gary deserve you?
Of course.
I'm not convinced. Look at Gary's so cute. God damn it.
He's so
You're
drunk.
so cute.
Thanks.
When you kiss him, is it gross or you still like it? Well, you're
I've
on
been there. You know,
his lap.
it's pretty nice.
Tell him right now while you're sitting on his lap. Tell him what you want for Christmas.
Your 2 front teeth.
I just want more White Claws.
Gary, get her some fucking White Claws, man.
I just got 2 cases of White Claws tonight.
But she wants more.
I'm going through them pretty quick during the quarantine.
So, Gary, more White Claws, man. Stop thinking too much about yourself and care more about your wife.
Man, that's a lot of White Claws. I'm going to do it.
Look at Linus.
God damn. That guy definitely touched me at summer camp.
Why he was wearing that hat?
This is what I looked like in 9th grade. This is the exact same haircut I had.
You definitely finger begged me at camp.
Dude, your 9th grade beard is pretty good.
You look like the Unabomber.
Yeah, it does match with the tone. I think we could like literally walk down the street and people would think that this is like in Silver Lake. This is an acceptable haircut.
Is that the wig that we used to do on
Chat roulette?
Chat roulette?
Yeah.
Is that
We
the
were
one?
on the bus for a while. We were just like, oh my God. And it's just like, just watching a bunch of dudes jerk off. And
Yeah, it's good. But the best part is you'd have to stick your arm in there and click on him until they would discover him.
Right.
And then he would like Linus do it. Like so like
Well,
after we're on hold on, I'll show you.
I basically,
Are you gonna get your dick
Okay, so hold on. So listen, so Linus would be like this, and we'd just be like chat rouletting or whatever. And then I'd be like, okay, so people are watching. So people are
yeah,
watching.
I feel like I was asleep. And then
Yeah.
we just
And then people are watching, and he'd go.
You guys are crazy. You're out of control. With your shenanigans
it'd be like, whoa.
and oh my God. Out of
He
control.
would actually get like college. There'd be like 3 dudes in a college dorm room.
Oh, and once every once in a while, you got a girl just putting it with their tits out there.
Not very much. It was
Just
always just
jerking off. Every once in a while, you'd get like a girl with her tits out. You're like, we're looking for the dicks.
Jared, do you remember?
Hey guys, hold on. Let's talk about this. Marietta Merlot says, "You guys are boring. Why are you watching us, you dumb?"
It's Merlot.
Drinking more.
Yeah, she's not drunk enough.
With a name like Marietta Merlot, she is definitely
Get my
like
drink.
a single wine mom.
Yeah.
Well, I talked to my friend Carrie Ann Cabernet, and she said,
All right,
Yeah, I talked to my friend Jose Rose, and he said,
Jose Rose.
let's stop shaming Marilyn Merlot.
Jared, do you remember the night that we were at South by Southwest, and
Yeah.
I think you, me, and Eric were sharing a room, and I got on chat roulette, and we had this thing where can I tell this story?
Yeah.
100%.
So I
Yeah.
basically was very serious, and I would be in the camera, and Jarrett and Eric both had their wieners like right
We
by
were standing on the bed. So like you're sitting on the foot of the bed
yeah.
and we're on but nobody can see our face.
You guys got your dicks out.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
But so it was my face and their dicks, and they were like helicoptering their dicks like right by my face. But I was like very serious, and I wasn't acknowledging what was going on. So I'd be like, "Hey, how's it going? Where are you from?" And I'm like trying to have like a conversation with them, and there's just like these dicks helicoptering right by my face, and you would just see people go like, "What? Oh my god!"
How did that make you feel inside?
And he,
It was pretty good.
Random dicks around your face or near your face.
It was
Were you disturbed by this?
it was a funny bit. It was I
Ever?
Honestly, it was the best. It was the best bit of all time because people did not know what to do. There's just
Did you feel assaulted in any way by these
him.
people?
We would put him like in his ears and shit.
Oh my God, you were penetrated.
He would like
You were penetrated through the.
he would keep a straight face and like we stick Sticking
I don't think we should be talking about this on
their dicks on his ears and shit.
online.
So, but he would just keep a straight face, like he's interested in what they're saying. So it's like,
Mhm. So you got an earful of their shit.
hey, Lucy, somebody's drinking White Claw.
No, I apologize to True. I keep saying
Really. The shitty shit.
Lionel Richie owns that company.
Oh wow, Lionel Richie.
Yeah, because he's truly.
Linus, you might agree with me on this, but the Hello video is one of the most creepy, rapey videos
Oh yeah,
ever.
yeah. The girl's blind, and then
It's so weird.
Hold on.
Sure.
Hey, hold on. Let me rewind for a second.
Yeah,
Let me rewind for a second. So
I love the Commodores though.
hold on. He just fucking used the force on you. He goes, Linus, you might agree with me on this. And then he said his point. Like, okay, and
I got mind control.
what are you gonna do? You're fucking crippled. You know, like I'm fuck. I don't know what else to do.
Hello. Dude, watch that video. It's fucking weird as fuck, man. Holy shit.
What about the Christmas song, Baby It's Cold Outside? How do y'all
Oh,
feel?
that's creepy.
Dude.
Yeah.
Can I actually tell that story for a second? So I am not joking. Swear to God. I had never, if I had ever heard that song, it would have been like just something, it would like ambient noise, something like that. And so when me and Casey got together, she made these things where it was like this really cool, like framed thing. And it just said, "Baby, it's cold outside." And she sold a few of them on Pinterest. I was like, that is so badass. She goes, yeah. It's cool, but like the song is pretty bad. And I'm like, what do you mean bad? Like, you know, like anyway. So yeah, that song is like, and this is me talking now. That song is rapey as shit.
Right.
You know, that song is so rapey.
So I remember, Jarrett, you asking me back in the days to like pick like a playlist for, I think it was for your daughter's birthday or something. And you asked me about "You Are My Sunshine." That song is dark as fuck. "You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy."
Oh,
the real lyrics of that song are dark as fuck. So I actually told you, don't use this for your daughter's birthday.
What are the real lyrics?
Oh, they're basically like, oh man, god damn it. Basically like, I love you. You better fucking love me, and don't take my sunshine away. It's real weird, man.
Are you being serious? Like that's a thing?
100% serious. This is kind of like,
oh, dude, I had no idea about that. Holy!
I did tell you, like, don't use that song. It has deeper, dark lyrics. And "You Are My Sunshine."
All right, guys, let's discuss this. Linus, have you seen this yet?
What? Oh, I was gonna reenact the Hello video. For
Go ahead.
I say 100% yes to
Here is Linus O'Richie.
yeah, this is the Clay Lionel Richie. Wait. No, she's blind.
He's blind. Wait.
She's making Lionel Richie.
Yeah, she's blind, and she has the clay.
Do you want us to sing or anything? Is there anything we can do to help?
Yeah, if you could sing the song, I'll be the girl who is
okay, got it.
Who is feeling her.
Hello, is it me you're looking for? 'Cause I wonder where you are.
All right.
And I wonder what to do.
Let me start I'll be stalking you.
Tell me how to win your heart. 'Cause I haven't got a clue.
But somewhere out there, I'll be stalking you.
I love you.
It's so weird. Oh, here's another one, Jared.
The most contact I've had in 3 weeks.
And I love this band, by the way. It's a band called The Foundations.
Yeah.
But the song "Build Me Up, Buttercup," which with being happy and shit. Oh man, that is not a happy song.
Do you know who? Hold on.
Buttercup, just to break me down. You know,
That song reminds me of
like,
There's Something About Mary.
about like somebody that came in and
Chris Burney.
March.
Chris Burney.
Yes.
You know who opened up with that song on tour? Your least favorite band to tour with ever. You don't have to say it. If you know who it is, just tell me you know.
I have a lot of least favorite bands I've toured with.
Okay. So, one band that you fucking hate, and they're not together anymore, so it doesn't matter.
I won't say their name. I'm not throwing anybody on the bus.
I won't say your name. Good boy. But do you know who it is?
Yes.
I want to know. Text me.
Not right now, dude.
I'm gonna bring it up, Rob.
Yeah.
What was that?
I love that Anik is in the chat. Guys, ask Anik anything. Go ahead.
Well, maybe not anything.
What's your favorite scene in a movie?
My favorite movie ever is 16 Candles, and I just got to meet Anthony Michael Hall at Jarrett's. The movie that Lava Cantina. That was incredible. And I sang "Baby Got Back" on karaoke with.
How many people? Hey, Anik.
Yes.
How many people have I gotten you to meet?
Oh, millions. No, I was listening to Rob's Billboard story, and I was like, I met so many people in that one trip to Vegas. That was incredible. We did Billboard. That was incredible.
Oh, dude, I remember you walking through and you saw that one
out like he did. It was pretty awesome.
You saw that one dude when we were in the MGM. We were in the
Jesse Metcalf.
That's that guy. Yep.
The hot gardener from Desperate Housewives. Remember?
That's who it was. You're exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
and I went right over to him and talked to him and got a picture with him.
There was even like so many, like you're saying, like there were so many more than just the story I was telling, where it wasn't just Taylor Swift and Stevie Wonder. There was like, we met Whoopi Goldberg in the middle of that, and like 1,800 other people. Like it's like everywhere you turn, like during that event, like there,
celebrity,
so crazy.
And then I saw Howie Mandel across the casino. And I was just on a roll, and I didn't care. And I was like, "It's Howie," and everyone, and he did not like that. It was not good. But
all right, Anik, what is your favorite Bowling Pursuit song?
Oh my gosh, that's really hard. I like so many. "Dance with You" is probably my all-time favorite.
That's a good one.
Well, Anik, I will tell you what I think is very impressive about yourself. Is that you know the raps to all these 90s hip hop songs.
That's why I was freaking out when Linus was telling all his Puff Daddy stories. Like, all I listened to in college.
You know, and I'm a huge fan of 90s hip hop, but I can't sit there and rap all that shit. You take it over and you do it all. Like,
I think that's my only talent in life.
Yep, just let it happen.
Yeah.
Rump shaker.
He does though, yeah. Yeah. Check 1, 2. Check 0. Rap. Now. Boom.
But anyway, when I karaoke'd "Baby Got Back" and we were leaving later, Anthony Michael Hall screamed out of his car window, "Baby got back to me." So that was like
amazing.
That's a big night.
It was incredible. That's pretty much the last time I went out before the quarantine. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I'm grateful for that night because, like,
goodness,
we don't have nights like that anymore.
I think you're right. I think that's us too, because we got home from that, and then it was my birthday, and then I think my birthday was the last time.
March 6th, right?
Yeah, that was the last time.
You're a president. Have you got it yet?
What?
I sent Jared a present for his birthday.
No, was it one of these things?
No.
Because I got one of these, but it was defective, so I returned it to Walmart.
So I feel very good about the fact that we did our last night out right. You know,
Yeah.
like we did that night right.
He was great, very gracious and awesome.
I did not intend to stay out till 3 o'clock in the morning on a school and work night, but
That's what happens.
That's what happens.
That's what happens, man.
It'll happen.
I sent you a truckload of fake pussy.
Anik, Kidder Cat would like to hear you do a rap.
I can't do it on the spot, and I don't have.
You gotta hear the song. Like, if you play country grammar from Nelly right now.
Oh my gosh,
the whole
Nelly!
song.
I love Nelly.
She loves Nelly.
And Anthony, I think Anthony was on here earlier. His wife loves Nelly as much as I do.
But you like DMX too. You know the hardcore.
Yeah, DMX is actually what we used to listen to with y'all at the old studio in Wichita Falls when I first started stalking Harry. And y'all know the rest is history. We used to listen to
we apparently have a pretty decent life now.
Yeah.
So,
I guess
yeah, we did it, guys.
We're role models.
The night y'all took him on his first show to, I think it was to Nashville.
That is right.
And we were in the parking lot listening to Stop, Drop, Shut 'Em Down, you know, DMX.
Yeah.
Do y'all remember that?
We were so drunk and high.
Oh, I wasn't. I was like 18.
You,
19,
oh boy.
21. I don't know.
No. You gave us a fake ID and we told you to go away.
You gave
Okay,
who a
here's a
fake
great
ID?
question. Can you answer my question? What's your name? Let's go around the horn. I'm Jarrett.
Marco.
I'm fat and I'm shady.
Anik.
I'm Gretel.
Oh.
My name's Pete. My phone number is 1-516-749-2488.
What's your social security number, Rob?
I'll text it to you.
Have y'all seen that thing on Facebook where it says, don't, you know, it's like ask all the questions, but then it actually says, don't give out your personal information on Facebook. Have y'all seen that one?
Dude, I got this email. I got to share this tomorrow, actually. I got this email, and it is so ridiculous that I actually had to stop for a second and think about it. But it's like, hey, your Instagram verification is in. So you get this, you get this, you get this. Here's what we need. We need you to hold up a piece of paper and take a photo of your sign-in information and your password and your blah, 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 and your blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, seems legit. I'm going to fucking do this. You know?
Oh, hey, Instagram won't, Instagram and Twitter won't verify me. Like I've said like a couple times, like, hey, like, this is who I am. Put this on. They're like, no, we won't do it.
Oh, Twitter?
And both Instagram and
Yeah, I can't get Instagram either, man. Both.
both.
Either. Both.
They keep telling me, nope.
Okay, Linus, before you look like a Unabomber, now you look like the chick in the first, or the dude in the first scene of Old School that's going in for the gangbang.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It's a little creepy. Yeah. Maybe you do have a face for radio.
I need to go get my Gilly afro.
All right, these guys,
Gilly.
Chris, they want to see a cannonball.
All right, it's that time.
Cannonball. Cannonball.
I have nothing else to do. So I'll do a cannonball.
Cannonball. We got a few angry faces.
Bong is loaded.
One angry face by Anik Wiseman.
What?
Screenshots.
Oh, that's my son. That's Tyler.
Oh, Tyler.
He's on my iPad.
Oh, and when Tyler's like 21, I'll teach him how to do a cannonball.
No.
No, nobody wants that.
Nobody wants that.
I'm not good at raising children.
Drugs are bad, okay?
Yes, they are horrible.
It's easy, okay.
Unless you do them on the internet, then they're fantastic. So Cannonball for future Tyler.
This is illegal.
You shush.
I'm telling Tom Cruise, Ted Cruz.
What's that guy's name? Tom?
It's a cannonball. And it's legal in most states and whatever. Cannonball.
We've lost 2 people during that.
You know what? That's what happens, man. Sometimes, you know what? But we won't leave them behind. We don't do that.
We'll pick them up on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Even if you're dead, we'll come back for you.
I'm out of
And like, and No Man Left Behind, they take that shit seriously. I'm no.
I need to summon Gary to get me another Truly.
Dude, it's so cool. So now, you guys, please welcome, if you will, Kelly Dollyrot. How you doing, Kelly?
Hi.
Oh God.
Really good to see you. How's everything going with the kids and Lewis and stuff?
Am I Kelly Dollyrot?
Yeah, you're Kelly Dollyrot. Yeah.
It's going great.
Okay, you gotta put your beanie on. Okay, that's great too.
So like,
everybody welcome stereotypical surfer guy.
I feel honestly, if I went to Silver Lake or wherever Eagle Rock right now, before pre-corona, and sat at a coffee shop like reading Catcher in the Rye, I would totally get laid with this look. Seriously.
yeah, because you're such a feminist, right?
Well, yeah, Chris.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Gary has a super bright light in here, and I look really white compared to all of you guys.
Yeah, you look good.
And you are like,
No, this is huge for me. I just woke up from night shift. I have no makeup on. I can't even believe I'm doing this.
Yeah, you look good.
Truly,
you look gorgeous. I mean,
truly,
you look gorgeous.
by Lionel Richie.
I'm truly in love with you, girl.
And Anik, you are of Latin descent, right? Or you're
Yes, both my parents are of Spanish origin.
Trujillo.
Trujillo.
Yeah. Yeah. So you have great skin.
I know, that's why I look like a vampire compared to all of you.
You don't look like a vampire.
Kind of.
Who looks the most like a vampire right now? It's Rob.
No, Rob looks more tan than I do.
Rob, you are a vampire.
I'm losing my tan from Rob's wedding, and it's real sad.
Rob kind of has a Herman Munster vibe going on.
So that's the other thing I think about. Rob, your wedding was my last vacation for who knows how long.
No way.
That's sad, right?
Yeah, what do you mean? No way. That's all of our last vacation, dum dum.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
You were invited.
You could have been.
I didn't want to go to there. I'm an ordained minister, and the fact that you didn't ask me.
Oh man, you could have come in handy.
Yeah, I was hurt. It hurt my feelings, and yeah, I didn't show up.
So my last vacation and my last night out.
I could have been there to bless your union, but you didn't ask me to, and so yeah, man, I'm a diva. So
And
sorry, I was
you
there.
want to know why he wasn't there?
Hey Rob, if you still have this text message saved that I sent to you on your wedding day, it is beautiful and glorious.
First one.
I sent you a message when we got married. I sent you a text message about how much I support you and Jackie and your union of love.
Right.
I'm not physically there, but like I'm there.
I won't forget that. Actually, as a
I'm
matter
not
of
just
fact,
gonna go
that
fuck myself
wedding night,
but whatever.
you were the first one. You were the first message I got.
So there's one reason why Chris wasn't at your wedding. It wasn't in Denton.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah.
That's good. You know me. God damn it. I don't like to
How
leave.
selfish of us.
All right, I gotta go. Be a mom. I love y'all. Good night.
Love you, Neat.
Love you so much.
Honey.
See ya. Hey, there's a bunch of people in the chat getting butthurt because we're not answering their questions. We're
Right.
not looking at
We're
your
not
questions.
paying attention to you. We're having a band meeting, right?
Yeah, we're trying to do what is we're
Oh wait, people are talking.
yeah.
What?
Wow. All right. What do they got?
Why are you guys so damn good? Well,
All right, guys, let's wrap it up. It's been a great one.
Yeah.
4.5 hours.
Holy shit.
Yep.
are we bidding adieu? Are we getting off here?
Yeah, we got to get out here. Linus.
Thank you for having me.
Are we
Fun.
doing a line
Thanks for hanging out, dude.
Anything to plug?
Anything to plug? My butt.
Hey.
You know, you can get good butt plugs on Amazon.
Yeah, man. I don't have anything to plug. Save
more?
an animal.
How about the power of rock and roll?
One
Yeah.
Plug that shit. Oh, there you go.
I'll plug Donut Friend. It's a donut place that's delicious. Owned by,
Donut Queen, Donut Friend. I love donuts.
it's owned by Mark Trombino, who produced many of our favorite 90s albums like Real Big Fish and Jimmy Eat World. And now he owns a donut shop called Donut Friend.
That's your plug.
Oh, really?
Paid for
No.
this?
That's a good plug.
You're endorsing a product that you're not getting paid for.
No, I'm not getting paid for it, but I do eat it a lot because it's
That
delicious.
is legit. Yeah. So you're endorsing something that's not making you financially wealthy.
Yeah, I'm just recommending it, really.
So Donut Friend.
Donut Friend. Vegan. I'm not even a vegan, but the donuts are delicious.
Are you saying don't friend somebody? I don't understand.
Friend.
I'm saying do not friend.
Don't friend who?
I
I
just
don't understand what's happening right now.
Nut Friend.
I have to say, since this quarantine started, I've been craving donuts way more than usual. I've been craving all
Miss Donuts too.
I've been doing a thing where I call it midnight waffles, and basically at midnight or thereafter, I make waffles, and it's delicious. Midnight waffles. Highly recommended.
I'm gonna go have it. It's midnight right now. This exact.
Are you having waffles right now?
You're like an hour in the future.
Oh,
I
shit.
got 3 more hours, but I highly recommend if you're feeling down about being stuck inside, make midnight waffles. It will make you feel better.
It's exactly midnight. I'm gonna make waffles.
This is
Do it.
I'll say I love you guys. This has been awesome. I'm happy to see y'all. Happy to hang out. This is great.
Aw.
Oh, I thought there was gonna be a butt. Awesome. All right.
I thought it was going to be a joke.
No, but I just love y'all.
I love all you guys.
It's Tuesday. Let's do this shit on Friday.
All right. So
Right?
I can't on Friday.
Oh, God.
Saturday.
I can on Saturday.
Dude, yeah. Let's do it
What?
then.
What do you got on Friday?
I have a podcast on Friday.
All right.
Uh,
Podcast.
well, we have a different podcast called the Not Jared podcast. That
Well,
we'll be-
then you guys get together and y'all figure this shit out.
yeah. It's basically 2 hours. We just talk about you the whole time.
Okay. Well, that's probably going to be a fucking really well fucking attended goddamn podcast.
It's basically like an hour of just going like, oh, look at me. I got a podcast.
Okay, we'll do it again.
It's an hour of that. Like,
Oh, I
oh,
got kids.
hey, Linus. Guess
Why?
what?
Why?
Linus,
Why?
guess what? And Linus goes, what? I go, yes. And he goes, Jared has a podcast. And we're like, oh, Jared has a podcast. Jared
All right. So are we doing Saturday night? Is that the plan? Oh wait, I can't do Saturday or
Oh, you
Sunday.
got another podcast.
I can't do.
Figure it out. We'll do another time.
I can't do Saturday and Sunday. I could do something else.
Monday.
We'll figure it out.
Let's do it some other time.
All right. Love you guys.
I can't. I have a podcast.
Okay. Fucking suck it.
Podcast.
Love you
Love
guys.
you guys.
Love you.
Out of here.
Y'all.
For real though, I mean it.